This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
When you think about high school football in the state of Texas, there are a handful of teams that generally come to mind. The Trinity Trojans certainly in that conversation. The dominance the program has exhibited since Steve Lineweaver took over in 2000, leading to 3 state championships, playing to a 4th, and compiling a 42-11 playoff record over the last 15 seasons. But you get outside the state of Texas, and the first team that just might come to mind, the Odessa Permian Panthers. That's right, Mojo. Friday Night Lights, all the excitement, all the pageantry, and all the blue-collar boys from West Texas. Well, that is who stands in Trinity's way to a date with the Allen Eagles next Saturday. First things first, though, time for the regional round of the playoffs. It's Trinity taking on Permian, and it's next right here on Champion Sports Radio. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Thanksgiving and welcome here to Pennington Field in Bedford, Texas for tonight's third-round playoff contest between the Permian Panthers, coming in with a record of 9-3 overall, 3-2 tied for second out of District 3-6A on the season, and your Trinity Trojans, an astounding 11-1 on the year, 5-1 second-place finishers out of 7-6A. Thomas Lee here with you. So glad you decided to spend part of your Thanksgiving weekend with us here on Champion Sports Radio. Happy Thanksgiving to each and every one of you. And we have what has all the makings of a big-time nostalgic showdown here as Permian comes calling to Trinity. But to bring in your color analyst, Pete Nielsen. Peter, this has not been the closest of series over the year. This is the 4th all-time meeting in the playoffs. Trinity's won 2 of the 3. The 4th meeting under Lineweaver against Permian. Trinity, likewise, a record of 2-1. So you look back, that big game in 2006, Trinity won 40-14. Permian comes back in 2007. The regular season contest was actually televised on Fox Sports Southwest. 30-3, Permian shocked the Trojans before the Trojans would march to a state championship, going through none other than Permian again, 38-14 the final in that one. So 2 great storied programs, but not the closest of games in their brief history.
And thank you, Thomas Lee. Good evening, everybody. And let me echo the happy Thanksgiving wishes to everybody out there in the Champion Radio Network. And, boy, this is going to be a lot of fun, Thomas. And this is a Odessa Permian team that has been down for for a while. And enter in Blake Felt 2 years ago and 13-7 through the last 2 years. This season, as you mentioned, 9-3. And a stat that jumped off the sheet for me to talk about this football team is 2 of those teams they lost to, Abilene and San Angelo Central, still playing football, still putting their pads on every week, and both of them in the Metroplex tomorrow to play in their next playoff round against 2 local teams, Cedar Hill and Carroll. So a team that's come a long way, but and you'll hear in the interview with Coach Felt, they've got a long way to go, but he's very, very proud of this football team, and they traveled this morning, and he said they're very, very upbeat.
You know, this is not where they thought they would be. Some peaks and valleys, as most teams have through the regular season. But after falling behind 21-0 last week, Permian fans to a man say, well, so glad we won a playoff game, so glad we're here. Hope the experience helps the boys. They rattle off 42 unanswered points to defeat Tascosa in Lubbock. And, gosh, that kind of tenacity and that kind of stick-with-itness is something that the Permian Panthers are known for throughout their history. So Trojan fans think they're going to come in and just walk away with a victory today. they got another thing coming.
No, and Coach Feld mentioned that. He said he found out a lot about his football team because that's exactly what could have happened, down 21. But he did say this, Thomas. He said that if that was to happen this week, this Trinity football team's a lot better than the opponent last week. He said they can't let that happen. They have to play their perfect game today to have a chance to take care of Trinity tonight.
Permian history, of course, just riddled with some fantastic numbers over the year. National championship in '89, 6 state championships, including one via a tie in 1984 with Beaumont French. But still, you think of Friday Night Lights, you think of Booby Miles, you think of all the great storylines that go through there, and, of course, their head coach, Gary Gaines, who Felt had to come in and replace him. And for most people, that'd probably throw him for a loop because you're replacing a legend in Gary Gaines. But Blake Felt has done this over and over and over again. He's the guy you want coming in. In fact, Trojan fans, and hopefully Coach Lineweaver coaches another 10 years, he may be the guy you want to come in after Lineweaver because not only did he succeed Gary Gaines at Permian, he succeeded Bob Shelton at Bob Shelton Stadium in Buda Hayes Consolidated, or the Hayes Rebels, as folks around Central Texas know them as. Went 18-6 and a great job there. Not only all of that, he won a championship in 2009 in Class 2A at Pilot Point, replacing G.A. Moore, the man who has more head coaching victories in high school football in the state of Texas than anyone ever.
Well, the stage is clearly not too big for him, and I'm sure that echoes down to his football team. He's a very nice gentleman, very soft-spoken, not what you expect, and he's from out in West Texas, and he knows the culture. He went to Midland High School. He played football there. He went to Texas Tech, was an outstanding lineman at Texas Tech. He knows what that culture's like. Kids believing in, and they're really buying in. It's taken 2 years, but this football team's on the way back.
Permian with their 32nd playoff appearance all time. Compare that to Trinity, and who has gotten in every year that Coach Lineweaver has been here. In fact, you look at Coach Lineweaver's record. He has guided his teams to the playoffs in 22 straight years, 7 straight at Commerce before taking over here as the head coach at Trinity. And just really impressive stuff. And we talk about the 42 unanswered points that Permian scored last week. Least we not forget, after an opening touchdown Plano West last Saturday at AT&T Stadium, Trinity goes on a 42-3 run to put that game, in essence, away, a game that the Trojans would eventually go on to win 49-31. So the Trinity team seems to be playing their best football at the right time of year, and when you look at this power rushing attack, it's probably one of the hardest things to simulate in practice.
And it is, and you can't simulate size, Thomas, and that's exactly what this football team is. They are just a huge, physical, mean-spirited football team, and the harder they play and the meaner they are, it's almost like they need to be challenged. They were challenged in that first playoff game against South Grand Prairie, had to come back and pull one out or we wouldn't be here tonight. Challenged a little bit by Plano West because they were told how good Plano West and how many points Plano West was going to score. They came out and just dominated both sides of the line of scrimmage. Tonight, I don't think they need to be challenged. I think they know the everything about Mojo. These kids aren't stupid. They watch Friday Night Lights. They know what it's all about. And a little bit Friday Night Lights here at Pennington Field tonight. It's kind of cool.
Good news is it's not the Dillon Panthers that they're playing. It's the Permian Panthers. And they've had undefeated regular seasons 7 times in school history as Permian. And last week, going back to that whole Mojo mantra, they had 7 players in double digits in tackles in the comeback win against Tascosa. It's not a one-man band at all. It's a complete team effort, offense, defense, pretty good special teams as well. And it's going to be a fun one to watch unveil before us tonight. But the good news is John Wilkins is not coaching this team. Gary Gaines is not coaching this team. No offense to Blake Felt at all. He doesn't have the skins in the wall that those guys do. Wilkins, 148 wins, just 16 losses, 6 ties, winning almost 89% of the games when he coached out there from 73 to 85. And much of the glory years in that span. Of course, Gary Gaines, the head coach during the Friday Night Lights era, when Bissinger's writing his book out there in West Texas, and he came back for another stint, 09 to 2012, after Darren Allman took off down to Westlake. Of course, folks around here know Darren Allman very well because he's right down the road at Colleyville Heritage in one of the hard-fought district ball games that Trinity had to prepare them to this point.
Yeah, and the guys next door that do the radio for for the Panthers, had nothing but good things to say about Coach Allman, and he said you guys are in good hands with him, and we agree. But the stuff that you talked about, the records of those coaches, and that's what gets you a book written. That's what gets you TV series, and it's amazing. But that's not this team. That's not this team. They're on their way back to that, but that's not this team. And I think sometimes, Trinity's going to have to realize that as well. So it'll be interesting. They got to be pretty good if they're still playing, Thomas. So be very, very interesting. But the size of Trinity, if you look at the numbers, Trinity's a lot bigger and a lot stronger than this Permian team.
Talked about John Wilkins, 148 wins, 16 losses, 16 ties. To put that by comparison, Steve Lineweaver at Trinity just got his 175th win last week against 28 losses. That's 86% winning percentage over his 15 years here. All time, 258 wins, 42 losses, 2 ties. So you can see the continued success that Coach Lineweaver has. And I don't think it's long, partner, before he joins that top 10, which you pretty much have to crack the 300-win plateau. And Coach Lineweaver will be in that. But, of course, first things first.
Let's just get this one.
And that's what he would tell me, too, right now.
Right.
He would say,
that's right.
All that stuff's fun to talk about for you guys. I'm just worrying about making sure that his running backs, of course, he is also the position coach for the running backs, that his guys are squared, that his offensive line is squared, the team's ready to go out and execute. And we'll hear from him here in just a moment. You're listening to the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. Trinity Trojans are on Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast of the Hurst-Euless-Bedford Independent School District is sponsored in part by the following. Texas Health HEB. What does a Level 3 trauma center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 trauma center in Northeast Tarrant County. That means an exceptional level of care. It's close by when you need it most. When every second counts, nothing matters more. Online at texashealth.org/HEB. By First Bank Texas, ready when you need them with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. No matter what, no matter when, they've got you covered. First Bank Texas, located in the northwest corner of 183 and FM 157, member FIDC and equal housing opportunity lender. Online at go2fbt.com. By Whirly Ball HEB in the northeast corner of Harwood and Norwood. Life's more fun when you're zipping around in a whirly bug. So stop by and check them out. Leagues are forming right now, so visit them online at whirlyball.info. By In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. Give them a call 972-851-7888 or visit incommandbroadcasting.com for more information. Point of Origin Design, a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products online at pointoforigindesign.com. By ShockboxDFW.com. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. And by the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra and the new GDYO Jazz Institute. Enjoy a cultural experience with your family without breaking the bank. Online at gdyo.org. Trinity Trojans football is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, on Twitter at Champion Sports, Facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and online at ChampionSportsRadio.com. We continue on with the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. We'll have interviews with both head coaches. Pete's interview with the head coach of the Permian Panthers, Blake Felt, will be up first. Following that, my pregame conversation with Trinity Trojans head coach Steve Lineweaver. That's when you listen in a moment to Trinity Trojan football as we continue from Pennington Field after these messages.
What does a Level 3 trauma center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 trauma center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located in the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and equal housing opportunity lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com.
Game programming continues as I'm joined by head coach of the Permian Panthers, Blake Felt. And Coach, first of all, I hope the ride down was safe and uneventful.
It was. We had a good trip. And I tell you, our kids are used to traveling. Our first game of the year was in San Antonio against McAllen High School, and we've been to El Paso, and we've been to Lubbock, so we've traveled, and I think that's a good thing, having that kind of experience going into the third round. Now we're excited about.
Pre-game programming continues as I'm joined by head coach of the Permian Panthers, Blake Felt. And Coach, first of all, I hope the ride down was safe and uneventful.
It was. We had a good trip. And I tell you, our kids are used to traveling. Our first game of the year was in San Antonio against McAllen High School, and we've been to El Paso, and we've been to Lubbock, so we've traveled, and I think that's a good thing, having that kind of experience going into the third round. Now we're excited about the opportunity tonight. We obviously have a huge challenge in front of us against an excellent Trinity football team, and not only are they big and strong up front in the offensive and defensive line, but they do a fantastic job with their coaching staff. Coach Lineweaver and his staff have done a great job. I know Craig Kanzler, who's their offensive line coach, and he does a phenomenal job. And we'll have to play at our very best tonight to have an opportunity to win.
Second year here at Permian, and it really seems like the kids are catching on to your program and your system. Heck, two of the teams you lost to are playing tomorrow still in the tournament, so that has a lot to say about your program.
Yeah, and like I said, I think we've come a long way in our second year, but at the same time, we still have a long way to go to get Permian back to where it should be in its rightful spot, one of the top teams in the state. Like I said, I think we've made some steps in the right direction, and we've done some good things this year, but at the same time, we still have a long way to go.
Offensively, on the numbers, we go through numbers. We don't get a chance to see you guys play, but very, very balanced. It looks like you have a good leader as your senior quarterback, Heath Wood.
Yeah, Heath has done a phenomenal job, running our offense this year. And, Heath is coming back from a ACL surgery, and he did a phenomenal job, really, of working hard and getting back. He got it operated on December, and really he was released about midway through May. So my hat goes off to Heath for doing a great job of getting ready to go again. And I think he's had a great year. He's done a good job throwing the ball. And again, we've changed things up a little bit offensively from last year to this year, and he's done a very good job of running our offense.
Defensively, your football team really came on strong last week, down 21 against Tascosa. Tell us what we can look for your football team defensively today.
Well, I tell you, we've got to do a great job with our intensity level right from the start. We've got to play 4 quarters. If we get behind like that tonight, we'll be in big trouble. Nothing against Tascosa because they got a very good football team, but Trinity is much better than Tascosa, and we've got to play 4 quarters. And that's something that we've got to do to have a chance to win tonight. And again, we've got to do a great job with our pad level up front, not only with our defensive line, but with our linebackers. Trinity is much, much larger than we are. Gosh, if we stand up in there, we'll get bent over backwards. So we've got to do a great job fundamentally. And again, our intensity level has to be high, which it has all year long. But at the same time, we've got to be very sound, and we've got to play better than we played all year.
You talk about Coach Lineweaver and the tradition here at Trinity. Besides the thing you just mentioned, what are some of the keys do you feel for the Panthers to come away with a victory today?
Well, the things that I just mentioned, and then we've got to get some turnovers, and we've got to be fortunate also. And again, I think we can win tonight, but again, we've got to play lights out on both sides of the football, and we've got to have some good things happen to us.
Well, we appreciate your time. We know it's tough to travel on a holiday week, and it's even shorter with no school, and then the 5-hour bus ride. I appreciate your time, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
And welcome back here to Pennington Field. We continue on with the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Trinity Trojans, Steve Lineweaver, and Coach. Taking a look back to last week, a very impressive ball game, and particularly what you guys did in the first and the second quarter, going on a 42-3 run. I mean, we're talking basketball lingo here, but West scores in their opening possession. You guys just really buckled down. J-Ron Wilson had 3 touchdowns. He had T.J. Cowtie's pick 6. And take all of our listeners kind of behind the scenes a little bit. What's it like on the sidelines when everything seems to be going Trinity's way?
Well, you breathe better. You kind of had a sense going into it, Thomas, that we might really play well. In fact, the last thing we told them before we came out for the opening kickoff was, don't be surprised if you do well. We want to give them that thought, hey, you know what, we're due to get off to a good start, So we just found a rhythm. We felt pretty good during the week about some of the things we had prepared, and the execution was excellent. And certainly that's nice to get a pick 6 by TJ.
I think one of the things to help go into a run like that is playing so well defensively. I mean, you guys were going up against a tremendous running back in Soso Jamabo. He was such a competitor, gutting through that game on Saturday. And it really seemed like there was a lot of mutual respect on both sides of the field during that ball game. Everybody knowing they're going up against some pretty great competition.
Yeah, I'm glad you noted that. That's a really goal of ours, is to impress our opponent with how hard we play, but also how much we play with class. And so it goes from the opening handshake of the captains to the respect at the end of the game when we go shake hands, win or lose. So, and all in between, helping the opponent up and so forth. So that really makes us feel good when we it's a hard game to do that with, because it can get nasty, and it's a very physical game and knocking people down, and to achieve the ability to still remain a gentleman is really a good trait.
When you guys had the ball last week, you racked up almost 400 yards rushing against Plano West, and that's a defense that had the 16th ranked rushing defense coming into the ball game. Kind of goes to your point of, hey guys, don't be surprised if you have a little success here. It all goes back to that offensive line, and I can't talk enough about what these guys do. It's interesting how you do different things with them. Players just don't always line up on one side or the other. Patrick Vahi isn't always the left tackle. Sometimes he's on the right side. Sometimes you guys go with an unbalanced line. Sometimes you have different guys pulling and leading the way. Tell our listeners a little bit of what goes behind the great play that they have to be able to pave the way for these tremendous running games.
Well, I've got to pay due respect to our offensive line coach, Craig Chancellor. He's our assistant head coach. He is so valuable to us. He is the monitor of our offense, in that on Saturday and Sunday when we're planning, he says, that's too much for us to absorb, And, everybody's got ideas. How about this? I saw this one on TV. Why don't we try this? And he knows how much. He has a real good gauge on how much his guys can absorb and block, with all the stunts and the different fronts. And he is a great offensive line coach. He's been with us since day one in the year 2000. He's been with us all 15, 14 years, whatever that is. So, first of all, it starts with that. And then we kind of make it where it's a cool thing here at Trinity to be on the offensive line. Generally, kids come up, if they can't be a running back, they want to play defense. That's anywhere in the world. But here we kind of make it, we kind of give rock star status to offensive linemen. And every week we hand out a Lineman of the Week award. And that's the only award we hand out. We don't hand out any other award to backs or anything else, only the linemen. And at the first meeting in August, the only group we introduce is the offensive linemen. We don't introduce defense. We don't introduce anybody else. So they're our rock stars, and they have a lot of pride in their work, and we get really good athletes. They're big, but they're pretty athletic to play offense.
You reached a little bit of a milestone earlier this year. We talked about your 250th win. Your 175th win at Trinity came this past Saturday against Plano West. And even more so, your teams are now 11-1 in the second round of the playoffs, with the lone loss coming to the
eventual state champion Carroll Dragons in that memorable game in 2006 in front of something like 50,000 fans, and I was lucky enough to be one in attendance at the old Texas Stadium. But that's just a remarkable statistic there, Coach. I mean, 11-1 in the second round of the playoffs. You guys have had so much playoff success, going 42-11 under your tutelage. But why have you guys been so good in this second round playoff game? Is there anything you can point your finger to?
Well, a large part of it is that what I've just been talking about, that emphasis with the strength in the offensive line. And we have a type of style that teams don't see anymore. They've got 3 days to prepare for us. I mean, really, there's only 3 practices that you can do, and the rest of us walk through, to prepare for our two-back power attack. And teams just don't have enough time, and I think we have an advantage there. Everybody else is doing the spread, and we're rather unique. And I think that's part of it. And, you know, I must mention also our defensive coordinator, who's been with us since day one, 15 years, is Donald Tryon. And he just does an exceptional job getting his kids prepared and having good schemes. And I just think it's those two guys, and along with the offensive coordinator, Chris Jensen, been with us 15 years, and they just do an incredible job of not only teaching kids, but also scheming with good schemes for them to perform.
And one of those unsung stories behind the Trojan success, you talk about these guys, they've been with you from the beginning, 15 years at Trinity, all the success, the 3 state championships with the same group of coaches. That obviously has to be special. You know, each week you go into the locker room, these guys know each other so well, and you know the kids. It just helps to that whole family environment you guys have created.
Well said. You know, that being said, I rarely talk about the coaches, and I just felt like doing it today with you, Thomas. But, you know, in designing the offenses, we have a saying here, Trinity, it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Ofas and the Likios. In other words, it's the kids. They love to play football. They grew up wanting to be Trojans, and their dads were rugby players, a lot of them, and they're just kind of a physical group, and it's a joy to coach them.
All right, let's turn our attention to tonight's opponents. It's one of the most storied high school programs in the state, Odessa Permian, but one coach that you have a winning record against. Trojans are 2-1 all-time in the playoffs against the Panthers. You personally are 2-1 against Permian, thanks to that really memorable, some good and some bad, home-and-home series you scheduled in 2006 and 2007. So let all the fans know, listen to us. Is this a team under this new head coach? Is this anything like the teams you faced a few years ago, or like the glory years of the Friday Night Lights eras of the 80s?
Well, they're similar in their approach to the game, in that their fanaticism. We see that in the film. We see that in their quotes in the paper. You know, that it's in their blood, in their mojo, and that is the one constant, is their never give up mentality. And of course, that's a trait that we all like to think we have, but you know, Permian is they're serious about that. They're in it for the whole 4 quarters, and I think you'll see that when it kick off.
Coach, it's a real rare treat to have a home playoff game. I hope you enjoy tonight. Best of luck against Permian. We'll talk to you at the end of the half.
Thank you, Thomas. Bye-bye.
That's Steve Wiley, the head coach of the Trinity Trojans. We will continue on in a moment here in the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. We'll have the starting lineups and the opening kickoff. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
At Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford, we don't want you to walk through our doors. Nope, not ever. But we know life can throw you surprises, and when it does, we'll be there. Our experienced staff and technologically advanced care is dedicated simply to your health. From 24-hour emergency trauma care to rehabilitation and therapy to women's health services, we're equipped to handle your health needs. Why leave your health to chance? Visit texashealth.org/HEB to learn more.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter at Champion Sports and Facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores. 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org. And welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to Pennington Field for tonight's showdown third-round playoff game between the Permian Panthers and the Trinity Trojans. Thomas Lee here with you, along with Sweet Pete Nielsen, the Dr. Alex Sterling alongside. We'll check in with Bart Castle here in just a moment. Time now for your starting lineups, brought to you by Texas Health HEB. Let's start out with the Trojans when they have the ball on offense. The names you know and love. We'll start out with the most important part of this team, and that's the offensive line. The quick tackle is the 4-star recruit headed to the University of Texas, Patrick Vahi, 6'3", 299-pound senior, third-year varsity member. Ciole Fakahua is the quick guard, 5'5", 242-pound senior. The center is Jordan Kazi, a 5'10", 257-pound senior. The strong guard is Tavita Falahala, 6'4", 322-pound senior. And Saya Mose is the strong tackle, 6'1", 300 pounds, a senior as well, second-year varsity member. An offensive line that averages 284 yards per man across the front. Just an imposing bunch, and often joined by Caleb Cumbie, the 5'11", 230-pound junior tight end, 7 catches, 120 yards, and a touchdown on the year. The wide receivers, Justice Wilson, 5'10", 169-pound senior, 5 catches, 49 yards on the season. Marquise McCray, 5'10", 160-pound senior, leads the team in catches and receptions, has 1 receiving touchdown as well. Isaiah Reynolds will see a lot of time out there, 6', 170-pound senior, receiving touchdown. Also has attempted a pass this year and had a rush on an end around as the team in their home black jerseys now ran through the tunnel, came through the drill team, and are now preparing for the Sippy Towel, paying homage to a lot of the heritage that these boys have from the Pacific Islands, and being led right now and jumping around in front of the group is Latu Kata, the 5'10", 265-pound junior. He's got him fired up, and you'll hear the fans erupt when they get to the end of the Sippy Towel. In the backfield, we'll see Michael Perez, 5'10", 185-pound senior. J-Ron Wilson, the featured running back, 13th in the area in rushing, 18th in scoring. 221 rushing attempts for nearly 1,500 yards, 16 rushing touchdowns. Also has 3 receiving touchdowns on the year. That leads the team. Tyler Nate is the quarterback, and a fullback playing quarterback is how he's most often described. The 6', 237-pound junior is 30th in the area in rushing. Completed 56% of his passes, 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 139 rushing attempts for 1,076 yards and 9 touchdowns on the ground. That is your Trinity Trojan offense. Defensively for the Trojans, the defensive ends, Tipana Liahi, 6'5", 209-pound senior. The leading tackler, second in tackles for loss, is 11 Division I offers. Opposite him is Anthony Famu, the 6'1", 228-pound senior, leads the team in sacks and tackles for loss. Had 2 big key sacks in the second half last week in the playoff win over Plano West. Interior defensive line, you've got Christopher Daniels, 6'3", 287-pound junior, and Jalon Bevel, the 6'2", 230-pound senior. Middle linebacker Tobias Nate, 6'1", 238-pound junior, played defensive end last year, second on the team in tackles to Naliahi. The weak side is Sio Kautai, 5'10", 200-pound senior. On the strong side, Elijah Tassini, 6', 193-pound junior. The free safety is TJ Kautai, the senior committed to Utah, 6', 208-pounder. Sayanalo is the rover, 5'10", 159-pound senior. The corner is Bobby Cooper, 5'8", 166-pound senior. And Matt Munoz, the 5'10", 176-pound senior, leads the team in interceptions and tied for the lead in forced fumbles under the direction of defensive coordinator Donald Tryon. So there are your starting lineups, brought to you by Texas Health HEB. We'll step aside for a break. When we come back, we'll have the opening kickoff of the third-round playoff game between Permian and Trinity right here on Champion Sports Radio.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to Pennington Field for tonight's third-round playoff game between the Trinity Trojans and the Permian Panthers. The captains are now down on the field. Let's see if we can go down for the coin toss, and actually it looks like it's already been performed. Yeah. So let's go down to the field and hear the sounds as the referee for tonight, Michael McClure, tells us. So the Permian Panthers won the toss. They elected to defer. The Trojans will start out with the ball. Captains feature Tobias Nate, the 6'1", 238-pound junior. Also Saya Nalo, 5'10", 159-pound senior. Marquise McCray, the 5'10", 160-pound senior. And Isaiah Reynolds, the 6', 170-pound senior. So, Peter, we are ready to go, and the Trojan offense will be out on the field first. And even though Coach Lineweaver normally likes to defer, an opportunity to get out there and jump out to an early lead here at home for this playoff game, obviously, it sets up well for the Trojans, whether they have to kick or receive.
I think it's very important for Trinity to get off to a good start tonight. Number one, it builds the momentum from last week. Secondly, this Permian team's been sitting on a bus for 6 hours. That's a long way to sit on a bus. They drove up today. So tired legs from sitting on a bus. Don't give them a chance to get into this football game. Get on them right away.
Trojans in their home black jerseys with white numerals, red trim. Black pants, black helmet with the Trinity white T on the side for the Permian Panthers. All white jerseys with black numerals, gray trim, black piping down each side of the white pants.
Just like on TV.
The white helmets with the elongated P. And the Permian Panthers will kick off from left to right. And we are underway. Squibber taken at the 21-yard line down the left side. Munoz trying to turn the corner, gets the edge across the 30 to the 35, and is finally forced out of bounds there. Munoz, the up man, with the return on the play, and the Trojans will take over 1st and 10 on their own 35.
Good starting field position. We go down to Bart, Thomas. We need to figure out how bad that wind is. Driving in, and you can hear it howling up here. I wonder how bad it is down the field. Next time we go down to Bart, maybe you give us an update on that.
Breaking the huddle, one wide receiver wide to the right is Isaiah Reynolds. 2 tight ends, 2 backs. Under center, Nate on 1st down. Handoff, second man through. Wilson trying to get to the outside with a stiff arm, and still on his feet, gets the 1st down before being forced out at the 47-yard line. Gain of 10 on the play defensively for the Panthers. Flying in with the hit, saving a touchdown. Josh DeWin leads the team with tackles, 142 on the year, and tackles for loss with 10.
Again, Abdullah leads the way, and then a huge block at the end of the play by Isaiah Reynolds, one of those peel-back blocks. He took out 2 Permian defenders. Good start for J-Ron.
Give him 13 yards as they spot it at the 48 on the right hash. Marquise McCray wide left. Shotgun set for Nate. Snap back. Zone read. Fakes it to Wilson and goes straight downfield. Gets close to 6 yards. Actually, they're going to mark him down at the 47. Give him 5 yards on the run for Tyler Nate, before he's brought down by a host of defenders, including Jax Welch, the free safety.
This Trinity offensive line, we talked about it in the open, Thomas, how well they've played the last couple weeks. And a 3-4 look here from Permian. Trinity just getting off the ball greatly. Great start to this football game.
2 receivers left, another zone read. Keeper, Nate, straight downfield, carrying tacklers inside the 45, down inside the 40. To the 39-yard line goes Tyler Nate on the run. Brought down by Robbie Washington, but it's going to be enough for a 1st down for the Trojans. It goes for 8 yards.
Again, downhill goes Tyler Nate. You're not going to bring him down with just one guy. He ran through 2 or 3 tacklers, and Trinity marching early.
Haven't even played a full minute here. The Trojans are already at the Permian 39-yard line. First drive of the contest. From right to left here in the 1st quarter. Toss back. Great blocking in front. Spin move by Wilson at the 35. Brought down to the 34-yard line. Combination. Robbie Washington helped finish off what Terrion Butler, the Rover, started. It's still going to be a gain of close to 5 on the play and bring up 2nd and 5.
Thomas, you can see it. We can see it from up here. There's 3 or 4 Permian defenders on their back every time. This Trinity offensive line, I know it sounds like a broken record. They're just hitting on all cylinders right away tonight.
McCray wide right, that's the wide side of the field. Wide left is Reynolds. Instead, it's a designed quarterback run and a nice play coming around the left side. Robbie Washington gets the ankles of Nate and limits him to a 2-yard gain.
That's a good job. You called it by Robbie Washington. He kind of ran around the block that time and went low, and that's what you have to do on Tyler Nate. You have to stay low. Here's big first third down of the football game.
Trojans looking at a 3rd down. They need about 3.5 yards to pick up the 1st. Justice Wilson wide right. Quick snap, fullback trap, straight downfield, weaving through traffic is Elijah Tassini. He needed 4. He picked up 4.5, and it's a 1st down for the Trinity Trojans.
That's what makes this Trinity team so hard to set. Tassini didn't run the ball the last 2 weeks, Thomas. He comes in on a big 3rd down. You're not going to give him the ball, are you? Well, yeah, you are. 1st down Trinity.
Devin Abdullah comes back in as the blocking back. Sends Sassini back to the sideline. Isaiah Reynolds wide right. I formation. 1st and 10 from the 29. Second man through. Wilson gets it. Tries to bounce to the outside. Great speed to the 25. Down inside. Knocked down to the 22-yard line. Gain of 7 for J-Ron Wilson as he outruns the Permian defense. Finally getting there to make the tackle. Jordan McCoy, the cornerback, who had a big pick 6. One of only 2 defensive touchdowns this year for the Permian Panthers. That was way back in week 2.
Just a nice job that time of J-Ron just slow playing that because that was a power. There was 2 running backs went through, and then J-Ron came through. Nothing was there. He took it outside. Nice gain on 1st down. Trinity really managing 2nd and 3rd down.
Trojans at the Permian 22. 2nd down and 3, opening drive of the game, still scoreless. Cutting through, Wilson, spin move at the line to gain, and is going to be taken down there. Finishing him off, Jackson Welch, but Wilson gets the necessary yard. No, he's going to be inches shy. No, finally there's the 1st down signal. Our officiating crew from the Houston chapter of officials, Michael McCall, the referee, Trenton Crawford, the umpire, Jason Laborde, the head linesman, line judge Ryan Thompson, and Joe Mackel, the back judge. Fresh announced 1st and 10 Trojans at the Permian 19. 8:35 and counting left to go. Nate with some blocks, sidesteps a move, in a spin move inside the 10 and brought down at the 7-yard line. Gain of 12, maybe 13 on the play for Tyler Nate as the Trojans have it 1st and goal.
Well, he's a quarterback playing fullback, but that time he showed great feet, and then the spin move. The left corner, Des Smith, just absolutely ear-holed him, Thomas, but able to hold on the football inside the 10. 1st and goal for Trinity.
First and goal for the Trojans at the 7-yard line. Pack it in tight. 3 tight ends and a back fake to the outside. Straight downfield. Nate taking on tacklers is brought down 6 inches shy of a touchdown. Thanks to Angel Gonzalez, the junior nose guard.
Just an outstanding job that time by Mose. Just blocking 2 guys. He got the guy in front of him, Thomas. Then he went down and got the outside linebacker. Outstanding job by that offensive line. And boy, Tyler Nate, he understands where those blockers are going. He stays behind them and then finally breaks away into open field.
Liam Bridges comes into the ball game. He's a wingback on the right side. He caught a 2-point conversion earlier in the playoffs. I formation, fullback trap. Diving up and over, touchdown Trojans. Devin Abdullah with the plunge over the top as the junior scores his 1st touchdown on the ground this season.
Well, if you're going to block for the first 10 plays of the drive, feed the man the bone, and over the top he goes, Abdullah in the end zone for the 1st touchdown for the Trojans on the evening.
On to attempt the extra point, the deep snapper, Tipana Liahi, the holder, Matt Munoz, Luis Martinez, 34 of 38 on the season. The kick is up, and it is good. 35th PAT make for Martinez. The Trojans take the opening drive right down the field, get a touchdown. Trinity 7, Permian nothing, 7:22 left to go 1st quarter. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Pennington Field after these messages.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
Trinity scores in the opening drive after a 1-yard touchdown run by fullback Devin Abdullah. 5 first downs, 11 plays, 65 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 4 minutes, 38 seconds. 7:22 to go in the 1st quarter. Trinity 7, Permian nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
Before the kickoff, we go down to the field, check in with Bart Castle.
Thomas and Pete, I know that you read off their starting lineup, but it is impossible to overstate the enormous difference in the size between Trinity and Odessa Permian. This could get ugly in a hurry.
Kickoff down deep, trying to move laterally, and gets taken down shy of the 15. Oh, what was the number on that truck is what Kevin Hudnall is saying right now, as the Permian Panthers will take over on their own 12 for their first possession of the contest.
Had the glasses on. It's Dylan Atkins down for Trinity on the tackle. Great pursuit. Long field for this Permian bunch now. Going to have to go 82 yards.
Starting off on the right hash, the Permian Panthers offense led out by the quarterback Heath Wood. Of course, Permian Panthers quarterback wears 20 or 25 each year, depending on if it's an odd or an even year. 20 for odd, and of course 25 for even. As the first down play is right between the tackles. Give them maybe 3 yards to the 15. And again, not a lot of running room inside there for the Permian Panthers. So they'll bring up second down and 7.
First thing noticeable with this Permian offensive line, as Bart said, the defensive line small. They're downsized too, but their gaps, the gap between the center and the guard is huge.
Not quite Texas Tech splits, but maybe that one right there a little wider than normal. Inside run, going for that hole, and that's some hard running inside, giving close to 4 yards, maybe even 5 on the play, as Brandon Bailey carries it again. 231 carries, 1,591 yards coming in, 18 touchdowns. One of the two bell cows of this offense.
You're going to run the ball on the inside of this Trinity defense. You've got a big man in Chris Daniels you have to handle. That time they did a pretty good job of handling Chris, but he came from behind to make the carry. The Trinity crowd getting into it now, Thomas.
Give him 4 yards on the carry. Third down and 3 near the right hash. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. That's the wide side of the field. And a muff on the snap, and just having to dive on top of it is the quarterback, Heath Wood. It's going to go down as a loss of a yard, and it'll be fourth down, punting time for Permian.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. Heath Wood wasn't ready for the snap. Jake Felt, the senior center, snapped it back, hit him right in the belly, and that's that Trinity crowd getting into the game, making it hard to communicate. Fourth down.
Dakota Dallo is the kicker. He's going to get a rugby-style punt, had a rusher right in his face. He's going to bounce down and be down shy of the 50, and then throw it forward. Hey, I like the effort. You got to try, right? That's how this is all about. Daylon Moreno, the linebacker, the junior, is the one who got a piece of it, tried to sling it forward. But the punt's just going to travel 30 yards, and the Trojans will take over in Permian territory for the second drive of the game, leading 7-0 with 5:21 left to go here in the first quarter. We go down the field and check in with Bart.
Pete asked a while ago about the wind, fellas. It is not so strong on the field level. You can see the flags really moving, but down here at the field level, it really shouldn't have much impact on the ball game.
Thank you, Bart. First and 10, I formation for the Trojans, starting at the Permian 48-yard line. Pierce Williams moves over to the right side, looking for some blocking, dancing through the line. Wilson gets 4 yards before he is stuck and dropped at the 44 in the Permian territory. It'll be second down and 6.
Well, they're not getting initial contact, but I'll tell you what, the secondary will bring up and come up and give you a shot. Wilson jumped over the line that time, but Tayron Butler, the rover, came up and introduced himself.
McCray wide left. It's the short side of the field. Shotgun set. Nate with Wilson to his left. Going to zone read. Fake it to him to the outside. Tyler Nate running straight downfield off of right tackle inside the 35. Inside the 30. Finally brought down to the 27-yard line. My goodness. It's like a freight train coming through. 17 yards for Nate and a Trojan first down.
It takes 4 guys to get him down finally. Initial contact was 10 yards before he finally went down. And that's what we've seen all playoffs with Tyler Nate. He's a beast.
Slow playing it out. Trojans will break the huddle. Marquise McCray wide right. That's the short side of the field. Justice Wilson slot left. Nate again in the shotgun. McCray in motion. Give it to him on the jet sweep to the left side. Looking for a block. Gets it inside the 25 and tripped up just inside the 20 at the 19-yard line. Gain of 8 on the play on the jet sweep. Chunks of yards. That's what the Trojans are getting on just about every snap.
You speak of getting a block. It was Jaron Wilson who got out in front, and a great block. And he knocked the guy out, and McCray takes it inside. Nice gain. Thomas, when it's 2nd and 2 and 2nd and 3 and 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2, this is easy to call plays this way.
Andrew Blackstone finally brings down McCray. Sets up 2nd down and 2 for the Trojans. The Permian 19. Handoff right through. Hit as he hit the hole was Wilson, and he spun around. Once again, Robbie Washington was there to spin Wilson around. It's going to be close to a 1st down, and the officials are going to stop the clock and I think bring out the chains. Nope, no chains necessary. That's a 1st down according to our referee.
That's number 6 already. Number 7, check that. Number 7 already, and we still got over 3 minutes left in our first quarter, my friend.
Trojans running this first quarter just like the script said. Controlling the ball, 3 and out on the stop, chewing up clock. Coach Lineweaver must be pleased on the sideline. I formation, receiver either way. Going to go toss sweep left side here, 1st and 10. Tries to shake and bake at the 15. Is going to be hit hard there. And really strung out well by Taryn Butler, the senior rover who had an interception last week against Tascosa. Limits that to just a modest 2-yard gain for the Trojans.
Trinity has not attempted a pass yet, Thomas, and slowly but surely this Permian defense is starting to edge 8 or 9 guys up to the line of scrimmage. Watch for the tight end releasing over the middle if you're going to get the ball in the air.
Pierce Williams, tight end on the right side. Perez to the right, Wilson to the left. Going to fake it to J-Ron Wilson. Now actually gives it to him. Around the 20, strung out the 15, down inside to the 12 before he's brought down by Jax Welch. That's a good gain, though. Another 4 yards, set up 3rd and 4 for the Trojans.
Boy, they have good speed to the corners, and they're, like we said, they're a little smallish defensively, but they really pursued well, and there's not many people that will beat J-Ron Wilson to the corner. That defensive right side of the football was able to do that.
Actually just give him 3 yards. They mark him down at the 12. Trojans have it 3rd down and 5 at the Permian 12-yard line, leading 7-0. 100 seconds left to go here in the opening quarter. I formation. 3 tight ends. Right through is Wilson, dancing through, spun down inside the 5 and finally brought down 2 yards shy of a touchdown. It's a 10-yard run on 3rd and 5 for J-Ron Wilson.
Just too much power on that side of the offensive line. And Wilson does a great job of not rushing, Thomas. He just takes his time, and then when he hits the hole, he accelerates. He's got to be careful. He's spinning an awful lot, and these guys are coming to try to strip the football.
Trojans with a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line, bringing the jumbo package. 3 tight ends, Wilson to his left, Perez to his right. Shotgun set on 1st and goal for Nate. Fake on the end around. He walks untouched into the end zone. Tyler Nate's 10th rushing touchdown of the season. Tremendous blocking, paving the way to another Trojans touchdown.
There was nobody there. They caved in the whole left side of the defense, and Tyler Nate just walks into the end zone untouched. Trinity on the board again.
Martinez at cap it with the P18. Good snap, great hold. Kick is up, but it's good. 56 seconds left to go here the first quarter. Trojans 14, Panthers nothing. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football here on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Pennington Field after these messages.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
Back-to-back touchdown drives for the Trojans. 4 first downs, 8 plays, 48 yards on the touchdown drive, capped off by the Tyler Nate 2-yard run. Took 4 minutes, 25 seconds. 56 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. Trinity 14, Permian nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
Welcome back to standing room only Pennington Field tonight.
The auxiliary seats are even full.
A lot of folks made their way here from West Texas. Hope they enjoy their weekend here in the Metroplex. Kickoff field at the 23-yard line, down the sideline, and finally run out of bounds. That was a pretty great return as the ball was caught on the run. Dalen Moreno hustling hard. Just barely even got to that ball. And just his momentum carried him all the way down. Finally forced out of bounds at the 37-yard line. That's where the Panthers will take over with their second offensive drive of the night.
Much better starting field position this time for the Panthers. If you recall, started that first drive on the 12 and couldn't get out of that hole.
Panther offense will set a 3-wide receiver set. Taylor Thompson all the way wide right. That's the wide side of the field. Motion, Kobe Robinson. Going to fake it to him. They're going to throw it down over the middle. Has a man. Down inside the 20, inside the 15. Tackled inside the 10. A great play there as Jack Fawcett, the halfback, is going to motor it 57 yards for the first down of the night for the Permian Panthers. It's now 1st and goal. Permian.
Just a little bit of a wheel route that time. They found a hole between the two safeties, and Fawcett makes the catch. Great pursuit by Trinity because he was in the open field and stopped him down at the 6.
Robinson slot right, wide right is Thompson. Ball right in the middle of the field. 1st and goal from the 6. Handoff right up the middle. Stood up and thrown back. Bailey is a hard-nosed runner, to say the least. Brandon Bailey now over 1,600 yards on the season. And I like the tenacity. You're going right in the Lions' den, going in the interior of that defensive line. And that'll do it for the first quarter of play. Trojans 14, Permian nothing. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football. Back after these messages on Champion Sports Radio.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
First quarter in the books, Trojans dominating, but the Permian Panthers threatening. It's Trinity 14, Permian nothing. We go down the field and check in with Bart Castle.
Fellas, despite the seemingly 2 easy touchdowns, Trinity taking nothing for granted. Coach Craig Chancellor, the offensive line coach, really getting after the offensive line to tell them to keep up the intensity.
2nd and goal from the 5 for the Panthers as they now move from right to left here in the second quarter. Pistol set, Bailey behind Heathwood. Ball right in the middle of the field. Looking to pass, pressure, throws deep over the middle. Flags thrown in the defensive backfield. We actually have a pair of flags out there. And we'll hear from Michael Mackel here in a second. After a conversation. And Heathwood, the quarterback, pointing the way of the Trojans. It's going to be pass interference on Trinity. It'll be half the distance to the goal. Where they threw the flag initially was about the 2.5-yard line, so I thought that's where the penalty was going to be. Instead,
that flag came out awful quick.
It came out faster than the pass. 1st and goal from the 2 for the Permian Panthers, trying to crack the scoreboard. Snap back, design quarterback run. Straight downfield, Heathwood into a beast of a defensive line. And Nate, the middle linebacker, there as well. Play never happened, though, as the false start. It's so loud here at Pennington Field. You can't hear the whistles as the Trojans fans have tried to set up a great home field advantage here for this third-round playoff game.
Yeah, it's not very often you have this, a third-round playoff game at home. And you're right, Thomas. I've never heard Pennington Field this loud.
Kobe Robinson, tight right, slot right, Kevin Hudnall, wide right, Taylor Thompson. That's the right side of the field. Hit as he throws. Actually does get the fingertips of Robinson before he is leveled by Nalo and company in the end zone. It's going to be incomplete. It's going to bring a second goal.
And it's Justice Gregg off the corner, the outside linebacker that brought the heat. And Heath Wood got up looking out his ear hole, wondering where he came from. He just came off the corner. They sent the outside linebacker to Donald Tryon, the defensive coordinator. Heath Wood cannot get comfortable in the pocket.
Second down and goal from the 7 for the Panthers. Pistol formation, same 3 receivers to the right. Wood back to pass, fade right side up in the air, going for a one-handed catch. Couldn't pull it down as the pass was intended for Jack Fawcett, who had that tremendous 57-yard catch and run to set up this opportunity. It's now 3rd and goal.
TJ Cowtie, the free safety, in good coverage, but that's one advantage that the Panthers have. Fawcett a little bit longer than TJ Cowtie, but perfect positioning, 3rd and goal.
Sam Wilkins all alone wide left. Slot right is Robinson. Wide right is Thompson. A 3rd and goal from the 7. They roll the pocket right. Throw into the end zone. Is tipped and knocked away. Then a flag comes in. Defensively, TJ Cowtie in the vicinity and thought he deflected it clean.
Oh, my. I think that's a bit of a bailout there, Thomas Lee.
Not even sure if he would have, if it was catchable ball, if he was going to be inbounds when he came down. But the official threw the flag. Here's the indication. It is pass interference on the defense. And instead of 4th down, it's going to be 1st and goal. Now we go down to the field to our own referee, Bart Castle.
And I think, fellas, it was really close, but there was some contact, right? It was one of those bang-bang plays. I know it shouldn't be, but a lot of times when there's this kind of mismatch, you're going to get something like that.
It's a bailout.
1st and goal from the 2 as we play 20 seconds here of the 3rd quarter. Trinity with a 14-0 lead. Inside give and nowhere to go for the running back. Anthony Famu slams the door shut on Brandon Bailey. It's going to be a loss of a yard on the play.
If anything, this has fired up the crowd and the defense a little bit more. That play went backwards, Thomas.
We saw Famu take over in the second half last week against Plano West, and I think Robert Colmary still feeling the effects of a couple of those hits that were leveled by Famu. Team leader in tackles for losses and sacks. 2nd and goal from the 3. 2 receivers left, 1 wide right. Pistol formation. Handoff up the middle, and he's in. Brandon Bailey's 19th rushing touchdown of the season. This one from 3 yards out. And the Panthers are on the scoreboard, cutting the Trojan lead in half.
Well, on the 8th attempt from inside the 5-yard line, they finally find a way to get in the end zone. Looked like Brandon Bailey might have got a head start on that one. No flag, but he's in the end zone for the first Permian touchdown.
Out of the snap of Tyler Tomlinson, the hold of Sam Wilkins. Here's Dakota Dallo for the PAT. Good snap, good hold, heavy rush. It's just inside the right upright. Panthers are on the board. Trojans 14, Permian 7. 10:54 left to go first half. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football here on Champion Sports Radio. Back after these messages.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores. 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting. It's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Permian cuts the Trinity lead in half after a 3-yard touchdown run by tailback Brandon Bailey. 4 first downs, 7 plays, 63 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 2 minutes, 2 seconds. 10:54 to go here in the first half. Trinity 14, Permian 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
I thought that was a great exemplification of what this Trojan defense is all about. They got caught napping on the wheel route to the halfback, and at 57 yards gobbled up with great ease. That last 10 or 15, though, couldn't have been more difficult for the Panthers to finally punch it in. Panthers with the approach. It's going to be a high, short kick down to the left side, taking the 25-yard line. Munoz again forces his way across the 30 and down to the 32-yard line. That's where the Trojan offense will take over, as they have had 2 drives. They've cashed them both in for touchdowns in dominant fashion.
And this is where it's going to see what the defense of the Panthers can do. They have the big play offensively, able to get in the end zone, but they haven't had an answer for this Trinity offense yet. Let's see what they can do on this series.
From their own 32, here come the Trojans. Isaiah Reynolds wide left. Wide right, Marquise McCray from the left hash. I formation. Perez in front of Wilson. And now whistles will blow, and the timeout's going to be taken by Trinity. We'll take it with them. 10:50 left to go. Here in the first half, Trojans with a 14-7 lead on Permian. Be back after these messages to Pennington Field. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Third round playoff game between the Trinity Trojans and the Permian Panthers. We have 10:50 left to go here in the first half. Trinity 14, Permian 7. The winner gets a date with a 2-time defending state champion, Allen Eagles. The Trojans win. Ball game will be at 2 o'clock next Saturday, Apogee Stadium in Denton. The new jewel of Denton County, and partner, a place you and I, neither one of us have ever called a game. So
I'm looking forward, if we get a victory tonight, to go up Denton way.
I formation. Wilson with a handoff, following some blocks. Nice cutting back inside to the 40, to the 45, shakes off a tackle, runs backwards to the 43 and steps out of bounds. Still picks up 11 yards. It'll be enough for a Trojan first down. Finally forced out by Cody Young, the weak side linebacker.
Wow, that's a late flag, and I don't know what that's all about, but there's an injured Panther player down, but the umpire, it plays over. J-Ron's running back to the huddle, and then the umpire throws a flag. I don't know if Bart's hurt. I just saw the flag.
There's a Panther player groggily walking over to the sideline for Permian. I believe it was Jacob Wheeler, a guy, junior, that plays both lines.
It's unsportsmanlike on Trinity after the play. It's a dead ball foul. I didn't see it, but it's still going to be 1st and 10 from back on the 33-yard line. So 1 step forward, 2 step back. Here we go again.
Actually, they'll mark it back at the 28-yard line, and that's where the Trojans will snap it here. Takes a lot away from what was a nifty run by Wilson, cutting right, then back downfield, then back to the right again before he bounced it outside to pick up the first down. First down and 10. Trojans on their own 28-yard line. Designed rollout to the left. Quarterback now is just going to keep it and run. And he gets 12 yards out to the 40 before he is upended. A lot of pushing and shoving after the play. Josh Nguyen involved. No shock there for the Permian Panthers. We go down to the field and check in with Bart.
Fellas, you asked about the penalty on the last time. It looked like as one of the Trinity players headed back toward the huddle, he turned his shoulder and hollered back at one of the Permian players, and I think that's what picked it up.
Well, I'll tell you who's not going to be happy about that. Steve Lineweaver, if you heard our pregame conversation, did the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. He wants to win with class, and that's very important to him. I formation, 1st and 10, second man through. Wilson hops over one would-be tackler, bounces to the outside, stiff arms another, now gang tackled, and it's going to be a loss of the play of a couple of yards. Good hustle down the line of scrimmage. Andrew Blackstone leading the charge. He had a team-leading 12 tackles and a forced fumble in the first round by-district playoff victory over Sam Houston.
Boy, Jax Welch, the free safety, he's running all over the place, makes the tackle. Now he's on the sideline, and he may have a malfunction with his uniform, but coming back in the game now, they may have 12 on the field. Oh, just 11.
They're so big, Peter, sometimes it looks like 12 and 13. Reynolds wide left. Wide right is McCray. 2nd down and 10, design QB run. Great blocking downfield. Here goes Nate across the 50 into Permian territory, finally brought down at the 46-yard line. That's a nice tackle there by Josh DeWim, but not before. Nate picks up 14 yards and a Trojan first down.
Well, perhaps you can hear the crowd, and behind the play, Caleb Cumbie absolutely ear-holes a Permian defender and lays on top of him as he's coached. Well, as he gets to get up, Robbie Washington tries to trip him, and that's what the crowd saw, and guess what? No flag. 1st and 10. There's 2 teams out there. Let's not try to handicap the game. Let's let the boys play.
1st and 10, Trojans on the Permian 46. Toss, sweep right side. Here's Wilson. And a nice job penetrating. Braxton Pena, the junior, flew back in there, got the ankle of Wilson, limits it to a 2-yard game, and Mark Castle has a word on the matter. Let's go downstairs.
I tell you, that is not the way he was coached, and his coach had a word for him, and Cumbie's going to get himself thrown out of the ball game. The referee went over to him immediately and said, I saw you stand there with your head on that guy, your hand on that kid's head until he reacted. I'm telling you, I watched you do that, and the next time you do, you'll watch from the sidelines.
2nd down and 8, Trojans from the right hash of the Permian 44. Play fake on the sweep to the outside. Nate, taking on tacklers, pulls his way down to the 35-yard line. Actually, they're going to mark him just shy of the 35, but it will be enough on an 8-yard run to pick up the first down. Fresh it down for the Trojans with 8:08 left to go here in the second quarter. Trinity leading it 14-7.
Just outstanding offensive line play again, and the frustration level, I think, is what's happening here, but Trinity's doing a good job of getting off the ball. That's the bottom line.
1st and 10 from the Permian 35. Wilson on the left hip of the quarterback, Nate. Shotgun snap is back. Fake on the end around. Now following his blocking straight forward. Abdullah with a great seal off for Nate to at least get 2, maybe even 3 yards on the play. And this Permian defense, they are hustling hard out there. In on the stop, Tyler Tomlinson, backup defensive end, as the Panthers are trying to rotate and stay as fresh as they can against this physical and imposing Trojan offensive line.
And I'm telling you, I had the glasses on Jax Welch again. He's fun to watch. He's lined up 15, 20 yards off the ball, and he's a missile. He comes in head leading with his head, and Tyler Nate went down after Jax Welch hit him.
Justice Wilson wide right. That's the wide side of the field near the left hash. 2nd down and 8. Toss sweep right side Wilson. Great slow play. Cuts back inside. Spin move off the tackle to win. And finally brought down at the 23-yard line. Actually, they may mark him at the 24. Wherever it goes, it's going to be enough for a first down. Let's give him 10 yards on the carry on 2nd down. And it's another first down for the Trinity Trojans.
Permian had 10 in the box that time. 10. Don't matter. That offensive line just surging. And J-Ron Wilson-Thomas, you called it perfectly. Slow played it so well, and then when he sees that crease, so quick to cut it up inside.
Gardner slot left. Reynolds wide left. 1st and 10 from the 23. Trojans have yet to throw a pass in the contest. Nate giving a piggyback ride to a Permian defender. Finally brought down to the 20-yard line after a 3-yard gain. And then a nice sign of sportsmanship there, as Kazi, the center, helps lift Cody Young to his feet after a 3-yard gain. And Young was the one draped all over Nate, trying to bring him down. Be 2nd down and 7 now for the Trojans as we approach the halfway point of the second quarter.
If we could, I wish we had somebody that could keep yards after a initial contact. That was 4 more.
I formation. Second man through Wilson. Spin move to the outside, still on his feet. Cuts back at the 15. Still alive to the 10, to the 5. Angling left into the end zone. My goodness, J. Ron Wilson broke out the entire arsenal of moves there as he takes it 20 yards for the Trojan touchdown.
Untackleable on that play. Outside, makes the corner miss. Little spinorama makes the guy from behind miss. And then the safety's there, and he gets there. And into the end zone, J. Ron Wilson goes. And Trinity on the scoreboard again. 3 possessions, Thomas Lee, 3 touchdowns.
Extra point up and good. 3 possessions and nothing but running plays. 5:50 left to go first half. Trojans back up by 2 scores. Trinity 21, Permian 7. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
Third straight scoring drive for Trinity. 20-yard touchdown run by tailback J. Ron Wilson. 6 first downs, 10 plays, 68 yards in the touchdown drive. Took 5 minutes, 4 seconds. 5:50 to go here in the first half. Trinity 21, Permian 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
All right, Doctor, let's get the abacus out. How many total plays has Trinity run in the ball game?
I'm looking at 29.
How many plays have they run and handed off the ball?
29.
Yeah.
Well,
that's pretty good coaching right there. If it's working that well, why go away from it?
when the quarterback runs it, that's not a handoff.
Fair point. Kickoff is deep down the right side, hanging down to the 10. Trying to go straight down the sideline. Steps out of bounds. Let's see, where's he going to go out? The 27-yard line. On the return, Kobe Robinson is a speedster and somebody the Trojan defense needs to keep an eye on in all phases of the contest. We go down the field, check in with Bart Castle.
Yeah, on that last drive, we talked first about the personal foul, but the three plays after that, Thomas, you alluded to one of them. The size differential is so enormous. Offensive lineman on just a regular straight-ahead block just flattened a Permian kid, and once the play was past him, picked him up by the shoulder pads to help him back up, and twice accidentally lifted him clear off the ground.
Oh, man, if everybody had seen that. I know exactly what you're talking about, Bart, and I was chuckling to myself. First down play, they're going to hand off and go straight forward. A yard, maybe two, is all that is going to be garnered as four defenders were there. Tobias Nate in on the stop. Kwame Harris also in there. Devin Earthley and Diego Membrano all in there on the stop, rallying to the ball and slowing things down for this Permian Panther offense. Gain of 3 on the play. Permian in a pistol formation. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. To the air, left side. Quick catch is made out across the 35 and tackled out of bounds at about the 38-yard line. Little hitch left side to Brother Miller, a freshman. That's his 14th catch of the season.
Just a quick look that time by Heath Wood. The only thing they're going to be able to do through the air, my friend, is quick like that. And a nice catch by Brother Miller and keeps his feet in bounds for a first down.
4th first down of the night for Permian. 5 minutes to go here, first half. Inside give and decleated. Bailey had nowhere to go. Coming with a vengeance.
That's 97 off the defensive end. That's a number we don't say very much. It's Villa Asa Illy.
One-yard gain of the play sets up second down and 9. Permian on their own 39-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Now coming in motion is Robinson. No fake to him. They're going to hand off Bailey again. Gang tackle. The ball came out. And I think the quarterback, Wood, was able to pounce back on top of it. It's going to be a loss of a couple on the play. Set up third down.
4 or 5, maybe 6 Trinity defenders around the football. They're able to knock it out, but that's great play right there. That might be a game-saving play by the quarterback, Keith Wood, recovering that fumble.
Brother Miller wide left. Kobe Robinson slot left. That's the short side of the field. Wide right, Taylor Thompson. Third down and 11. Quick slant. Can't hook up with the freshman. Earthly in on the coverage of Miller. Incompletion brings up fourth down. We go down the field and check it with Bart.
On offense, the problem the Panthers are having, they haven't seen this kind of bulk. On defense, it's the combination. They haven't seen this kind of size combined with this kind of speed, and you can tell they just have absolutely no answer for it on virtually all plays.
Punting formation now. Dallo gets his right foot into it, gets it high into the air. It's not going to go very far. Bounces to the 45, takes a great Permian bounce inside the 40. Boy, this thing was slingshotted forward, finally goes out about the 25-yard line. That is a good 20 yards on just rolls, 21 officially, after it landed after only about a 13, actually about an 18-yard punt. You put it all together, it's a 37-yard effort for Dakota Dallo, and with 3:31 left to go in the first half, the Trojans leading at 21-7, take over first and 10 on their own 24-yard line.
A lot of overspin on that punt. It was an end-over-ender, and it landed, I guess, on the right end because it rolled forward if you're a Panther fan. Again, they have to find a way to get off the field defensively. Trinity 3 for 3, haven't thrown a pass. See what they do this drive.
With the breeze at their back, first and 10 on their own 24. Sweep around to the right side for the quarterback, Nate. Good cutback to the 35, to the 40. Cuts back to the outside. Stiff arms a man at the 45, to the 50. Back inside, has tacklers. Ducks under a tackle from behind and finally brought down at the 36-yard line in Permian territory. I think every Permian Panther had a shot to bring down Tyler Nate, and they couldn't do it until they picked up 40 yards and a Trojan first down.
Well, starting this drive, both Nate and J-Ron had 92 yards each. Nate has a bunch more now. That was an outstanding run. He is built like a fullback, but he has the feet of a tailback. And he's playing quarterback.
I haven't seen him throw a pass, but he's been extremely accurate this season. Justice Wilson wide right, I formation. J-Ron with the handoff, bouncing the outside, takes on a tackler, still going. Inside the 30, finally forced out at the 27-yard line. Gain of 9 on the play, and again, after first contact, tack on another 5 or 6, as he was dead to rights, but ran through the tackle of Cody Young.
That's the difference of this first half, Thomas. The fact that the Trinity ball carriers, whether it be Nate or Wilson or whoever it may be, they make the first guy miss every single time, and then the Panthers are just in hurry-up and pursuit mode, and not before there's a big gain on first down.
Isaiah Reynolds tight left, tight right. Marquise McCray. Fake on a pass. Handoff Wilson again, trying to get to the outside. Stiff arm, steps out of bounds after picking up the first down. Young slowing him down again, but another stiff arm gets Wilson free. It's going to be enough for a first down for the Trojans.
He does such a nice job of slow playing it. There was nothing there. And the corner on that side had done a really nice job of staying home. That's Jeff Beza on that side for this series, and he did a really nice job of staying home and strung the play out, but he still was able to pick up the 2 yards for the first down.
First and 10, Trojans at the Permian 26-yard line. I formation, Abdullah in front. Toss back, Wilson to the outside. Good crack block. Turns the corner and finally escorted out shy of the 20. It's going to be a 5-yard gain. Now a penalty flag comes in very late on the play. And the official is staring right at Des Smith, the junior. Had a couple of huge interceptions in the bi-district playoff game against Sam Houston, but right here may cost his team as the penalty flag looks like it's going to go against Permian.
And he should have got 2. Because the first time he ran out of bounds, he kind of twirled J-Run. Then he runs into another Trinity player, and then he almost knocks somebody out walking to the huddle. So 2 flags down. I think everybody saw this one the way I did.
Yeah, I think Neum Bridges was the second player, number 25, that he ran into. And Bridges is the one who had the great crack block to Spring Wilson.
Whoa.
Personal foul on Trinity, personal foul on Permian. They will offset. They're both dead ball fouls. You can hear the Trojans fans voicing their displeasure with the call there.
Bart.
All told, it's a 5-yard gain with 2:30 left to go here in the first half. Trojans driving 21-7. We'll hear what Mr. Castle has to say after this first down play. Excuse me, 2nd down and 5 from the Permian 21. Reynolds wide left. Gardner wide right. Design QB sweep around the left side. Slows down, follows his blocks, gets 4 before he is tripped up. And a nice tackle by Taryn Butler, the senior Rover, as we go down to the field. Check in with Bart.
Yeah, fellas, in terms of officiating, I can tell you in really any sport, the was watching there, and he saw the bump by 25 on Trinity that resulted in the push in the face. And so that flag, I knew the minute he threw it, it was going to be offsetting fouls.
3rd down and 1 for the Trojans. The Permian 17-yard line. Fake on the end around. Hit. Dragging tacklers. Extends the ball out, and I think they're going to give him the first down. He was being brought down, and he reached the ball out with a big mitt around it. Needed one and picked up about 1.5 yards with the lean.
Well, it depends on which foot they're spotting with. The far side official came in, and it doesn't appear to be a first down. If they let the guy on our side spot it, it would have been a first down. So we'll see. He was closer on the far side.
So they bring out the chains. Let's go down. Somebody has a closer view is Bart Castle.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I think they're going to be just a tad short, but I tell you, it showed how smart Tyler Nate was. He was almost down when he extended the ball, and that's probably why it's as close as it is.
It is going to be just shy of the first down. We're talking inches here, folks.
The dreaded right foot, left foot spot right there.
I think if this is the NFL or college, you have a coach's challenge, you can make it and pick up the first down, because when he extended and reached that ball out there, I thought he clearly was inside the 16-yard line. But it's high school football. We don't have that luxury. 4th down in inches, and inside of 90 seconds we go, clock ticking. And the Trojan offense is staying out there on the field. Is this Nate sneak territory?
No doubt.
3 tight ends, 2 backs, I formation. Nate under center. Turns around, fullback dive. Abdullah not only gets 3 inches, gets another yard beyond that, down to the 15. The clock will pause, 68 seconds left to go in the first half. Trojans do have 2 timeouts in their back pocket. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Permian 15 after the great run by Abdullah on the fullback trap.
Where are they marking it?
They're marking it right at the 15.
Okay.
That'll be a first down.
They took their time, though, Thomas Lee. Boy, Abdullah, he hits the hard. He doesn't get to carry the ball very often, Thomas, but when he does, he hits the hole hard, and that's what you have to do on those short yardage plays.
Just the 11th carry of the season for Devin Abdullah. I formation. Again, fullback right up the middle, carrying tacklers inside the 5 and finally brought down the 2-yard line, Elijah Tassini. Touchdown saving tackle made by Jax Welch.
Again, another weapon, and just yards after tackle.
Tassini picks up 13. And whistles now will blow as the officials will stop play. I think there's an injury, yeah.
The human missile's got blood, I think.
Yeah, Welch was holding his arm, his left arm. I don't think he's able to lift it right now. So this backup is going to come into the ball game for the Panthers. That's Dalen Samuel. 1st and goal, Trojans at the 2-yard line. I formation. Abdullah in front of Wilson. Handoff Wilson, right off of right guard, pushing the pile into the end zone. No signal yet. Line judge comes in and says it's touchdown for the Trojans. Second rushing touchdown of the night for J. Ron Wilson. And the Trojans punch one across with 20 seconds to go here in the first half.
That offensive line, I'm a broken record, but Mose and Cozy just absolutely dominating everybody in front of them. And all J-Ron does is grab on, and as they fall, he falls into the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans.
Extra point kick is up and good. New score from Pennington Field. Trinity 28, Permian 7. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
J-Ron Wilson with his second touchdown of the night, this time from 2 yards out. 5 first downs, 9 plays, 76 yards in the touchdown drive. Took 3 minutes, 11 seconds. 20 seconds away from the first half being completed. Trinity 28, Permian 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
8 minutes, 15 seconds in 2 scoring drives for Trinity here in the second quarter.
Did the same thing in the first quarter as well. We'll see time of possession when we get at the half, but dominant performance here tonight. 28-7, the scoreboard showing the same thing. The Trojans get set to kick it off. Still yet to attempt a pass tonight. Any of those Allen Eagle coaches here scouting? I don't think they're going to get the same kind of offensive play calling next week if the Trojans can hang on in the second half and get the victory. Squib kick down the middle towards the sidelines to go out of bounds.
Uh-oh.
And I don't think that is at all what the Trojan kicker had in mind. Ryan Towns, a 5'10", 170-pound senior, with the kick, and I think he just kind of lost it. Wanted to push it to the right, a little too far.
Ryan sheepishly runs to the Trinity sideline, but hoping nobody sees him.
He had to go back and get the tee, and then he kind of tried to sneak back over. You're the only one on the field at that point. But
unfortunately, Coach Lineweaver was waiting for him. Patted him on the back, said, just don't do that again.
So after the penalty mark-off, it'll be 1st and 10 Permian at their own 30-yard line. 20 seconds left to go here in the half. Texas Health HEB halftime show. Few snaps away. We'll have stats, highlights, check of what happened in the Allen game. All that and more when we continue. The halftime show here in a moment. Hitch right side, catch is made. Trojans playing a prevent defense. Pass is hauled in by Taylor Thompson, senior second leading receiver on the team in catches, yards, and touchdowns on the season. And a timeout taken by Permian. So with 13 seconds left to go, 28-7 your score. Trinity on top of Permian. We'll step aside for a break. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
13 seconds left to go here in the half. Trinity 28, Permian 7. Panthers have it. Second down and 3 on their own 37-yard line from the right hash. Back to pass. Wood fires out of the backfield. As Bailey turns the corner, is planted out of bounds. Panther fans want a flag, and they get it. Kwame Harris with a big hit on Kobe Robinson. Let me check the replay here. He basically forced him out of bounds. If he could have pulled up, he would have, but that's a tough call right there, and that's going to be a personal foul more than likely.
I think
marched off against Trinity.
I think that's the right call, believe it or not. But also, it's hard to stop. But I think Kwame, when you're running as hard as Kwame was, it's really hard to stop. But if he could have just let up a little bit, he would have knocked him 10 yards out of bounds. So first and 10. Trinity's going to call timeout.
Panthers have it at the Trojan 44-yard line. 8 seconds left to go here in the first half. Permian with 2 timeouts, trailing 28-7. But, Peter, that was exactly my point. It's not that it was malicious. It absolutely was a late hit. He had stepped out of bounds before contact was made. But how many times, and I've been sitting around watching football this weekend like I know you have, do you see a defender at the sideline unsure of what to do? He kind of lays off, and the offensive player gets an extra 3, 4, 5 yards before then stepping out of bounds. I mean, as a defensive player, the coaches are going to get on you for not making that hit, and probably are a little more forgiving when a penalty like that happens.
And especially when somebody's running down that sideline, how do you stop? Once you commit to hit somebody, how do you stop? That was a penalty. There's not going to be an argument that. And I also think that this officiating crew may be getting to call this game a little bit closer because of the after stuff that's been going on that Bart's been talking about after plays.
1st and 10 Permian at the Trojan 44. Quick pass right side. Catch is made. Immediately leveled by Munoz is Thompson again. Tackled out of bounds. It's a gain of 6. 3 seconds left to go. And I don't think that Dakota Dallo, his long field goal attempt of the season is 41 yards. I don't think we're going to see some sort of Sebastian Janikowski, Dan Bailey attempt here from 56 is probably where it would be spotted down with the breeze in his face. So I guess Blake Felt and his offensive coordinator, Thad Fortune, are going to go over there and try to draw up a winner here on a Hail Mary to try to cut the Trinity lead to just 2 scores going in at the break. Permian, of course, will have the ball to start the second half. So a Hail Mary here, if you can somehow find a winner of a play, all of a sudden maybe you are back in this ball game, much to the Trojans' chagrin.
And you do have a size advantage on the outside with Jack Fawcett. He's taller than any of the Trinity corners, so you might see a ball thrown up in the air in his direction. That little jump ball, stranger things have happened. Donald Tryon needs to get off the field.
Sam Wilkins wide left. Slot left is Fawcett. Tight left is Robinson. That's the wide side of the field. Wide right is Thompson. Back to pass. Loads up deep down the left side. Great arm. It is knocked around, and it is going to be incomplete. Great play on the ball by the 6-foot TJ Cowtie to force the incompletion. And that'll do it for the first half.
And they were going to Fawcett because they have the size advantage, not able to make the completion. Good job by Cowtie.
That'll do it for the first half. Trinity 28, Permian 7. Time now for the Texas Health HEB halftime show. We'll get you your first half stats, your first half highlights, recap all the action of the first 24 minutes. And we'll also get you caught up on what's going on in a busy day of high school football around the area, and a look ahead to some of the key games tomorrow. All that more we continue in a moment. 28-7, Trinity leads Permian here as we start the Texas Health HEB halftime show. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
At Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford, we don't want you to walk through our doors. Nope, not ever. But we know life can throw you surprises, and when it does, we'll be there. Our experienced staff and technologically advanced care is dedicated simply to your health. From 24-hour emergency trauma care to rehabilitation and therapy to women's health services, we're equipped to handle your health needs. Why leave your health to chance? Visit texashealth.org/HEB to learn more.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org and let your heart be heard.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com. Welcome back here to Pennington Field. We continue on with the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Your score at the break, Trinity 28, Permian 7. Take a look at what's going on elsewhere in the playoffs here on Black Friday. And what's going on in the 6A brackets, both Division I and Division II here. So take a look at our scoreboard brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB. We start with action here around the area. Third round playoff game trying to get to the Elite Eight. And earlier, John Tyler, who has had their ups and downs this season, started off with an impressive win against the Plano Wildcats, but tripped up by their crosstown rival in Tyler Lee, but really started putting things together after that. They come away with a very impressive victory here earlier today, 49-21 over a Rockwall Heath team that these Trinity Trojans know all about. John Tyler took it to him. 49-21 the final in this one. JT was up 21-0. Heath came back, but John Tyler pulled away with a couple of late touchdowns. Turned a 14-point lead into a 28-point win. JT, 499 yards of offense, 230 on the ground, 269 through the air. Rockwall Heath, 330 yards, 279 on the ground, just 51 through the air. Turnover battles did not go Heath's way. 1 interception, 2 fumbles. JT didn't even turn over the ball. Giovari McAllister, 13 of 20 passing, 3 touchdowns to 269 yards I just mentioned. Added another 37 yards on the ground. Jeremy Wilson, 20 carries, 99 yards, 2 touchdowns. Nicholas Kane, 9 carries, 96 yards, and 2 TDs as well. For John Tyler, for Rockwall Heath, Jordan Hoy, just 4 of 14 passing, 51 yards, a touchdown, and an INT. John Tyler flexing their might, and they are on to the 4th round of the playoffs. Earlier today at Apogee Stadium, big, huge regional semifinal showdown between the Martin Warriors and the Allen Eagles. Martin breaking through with a 43-14 win over Midland in the bi-district round. Knocked off the Amarillo High Sandies last week, 56-35. Feeling pretty good about themselves, going toe-to-toe with the 2-time defending state champion Eagles, who got by Keller Central in the first round, 59-21. A thriller, a field goal at the gun, and a 25-22 win over DeSoto. So these two teams came marching in. Martin 10-2 on the season. Allen 12-0. Undefeated champions at a 6-6A. And this was truly a back-and-forth affair. All the way until the final 34 seconds of the third quarter before one team scored consecutive possessions. And they did it twice. They scored 4 touchdowns in 5 scores. The end of the third, into the fourth, and hang on for a 69-54 win. Allen knocking off Martin. Allen, 504 yards of offense, 412 on the ground, just 92 through the air. Had 1 fumble on the afternoon. Martin, though, put up 617 yards of offense on that Eagle defense. 339 on the ground, 278 through the air. Did have a pair of interceptions. So we take a look at the numbers from this one. Kyler Murray, 10 of 20 passing, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. Added 197 yards on 9 carries. 9 of those carries, 4 of them went for touchdowns. Kyler Murray on a different level right now. Keon Williams filling in for David Feliciano, who got injured in the third quarter. Williams finished 11 carries, 146 yards, and a touchdown. Feliciano, 9 carries, 62 yards for the Eagles. Both touchdowns went to Cody Butler. 4 catches, 30 yards for Butler. Guyton held to just 19 yards receiving on 2 carries. For Martin, Eric Walker, 17 of 28 passing, 241 yards in the contest. Had a touchdown, 2 interceptions. The story, though, for Martin, Nick Smith, their standout running back, 40 carries, 266 yards, 2 touchdowns. As Martin rolled up all those yards on the ground, Christian Levy caught both touchdown passes, 1 from Walker, 1 from Brown. Finished 11 catches, 150 yards, but the Eagles advance. And if the Trojans can hang on to this 21-point lead in the second half, it'll be Trinity and Allen Saturday at 2 o'clock at Apogee Stadium in Denton. Region 2 action, Skyline taking on Klein Collins today. And in the third quarter, Skyline shutting out and shutting down yet another playoff opponent. The Raiders with a 41-14 win over Lake Highlands in the bi-district round. Shocked Belton, 49-7, just punched Belton right in the mouth from the get-go. Klein Collins had been rolling the champion, the top seed out of 15-6A coming into the playoffs, and Skyline shutting them out right now 27-0 in the third quarter. The winner of that one will take on the winner of Mesquite Horn and Klein Oak in a ball game to be played tomorrow at 2 o'clock. 6A Division II bracket. San Angelo Central taking on Southlake Carroll tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Abilene Cedar Hill, 2 o'clock. That game will be played at Aledo. You can listen to it on Champion Sports Radio, and there will be a pay-per-view broadcast available, TV style, on the NFHS network. So we got you covered for Abilene Cedar Hill, and of course the winner of that one will take on the winner of San Angelo Central and Southlake Carroll. The Region 2 action tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Rockwall who rolled through Jesuit last week 48-27, will take on Spring Westfield. That's a 2 o'clock game. And tonight, Waco, Midway, and Spring facing off. We'll try to get you a score on that one a little later on in the broadcast. Your score here at Pennington Field, Trinity 28, Permian 7. Continue on with more of the Tex Health HEB halftime show after these messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
We continue on with the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Your score at the break, Trinity 28, Permian 7. Thomas Lee here with you from Pennington Field. Trojans with a home playoff game in front of a capacity crowd here in Bedford, Texas. Find out how we got to 28-7. Let's first take a look at your first half stats. Here's the doctor, Alex Sterling.
Thank you, Thomas. Go team stats first to start off here. First for Permian, 6 first downs in the game, 11 yards rushing, 82 yards passing, 93 yards of offense. No turnovers for the Panthers. 1 penalty for 5 yards, 5 minutes, 42 seconds. Time of possession for the Panthers. For Trinity, 20 first downs in the first half, 272 yards rushing, no passing. So 272 yards of offense, no turnovers, 5 penalties for 43 yards, 18 minutes, 18 seconds. Time of possession for the Trojans. Looking at the individual stats. First for Permian, quarterback Heath Wood, 5 of 9 passing for 82 yards. Leading receiver Jack Fawcett had the big 57-yard catch that led to the scoring drive for the Panthers. Leading rusher Brandon Bailey, 8 carries, 12 yards, and a rushing touchdown. For Trinity, quarterback Tyler Nate, obviously no passing yards, however, did major damage on the ground. 15 carries, 136 yards, and a rushing touchdown. No receivers, so let's go right to the rushing attack for the Trojans. J-Ron Wilson, 15 carries, 82 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Elijah Tanisi also has 2 carries, 16 yards. Devin Abdullah, a rushing touchdown to go along with it. Overall, a dominating first half for Trinity. All 4 drives, 4 touchdowns.
And we're still waiting for our first pass of the night. Not sure when that'll happen, but when it does, we'll be here on Champion Sports Radio to bring it to you. All right, let's take a look at your first half highlights. You heard the stats, you heard the numbers, you heard the dominance, particularly in time of possession. Let's take a look at how we got here. So I bring in Sweet Pete Nielsen.
Trinity took the opening kickoff on their own 35-yard line, marched down the field. On the 11th play of the drive, a young man who led many of those running plays with outstanding blocking, ended the drive successfully.
Liam Bridges comes into the ball game. He's a wingback on the right side. He caught a 2-point conversion earlier in the playoffs. I formation, fullback trap, diving up and over, touchdown Trojans. Devin Abdullah with the plunge over the top as the junior scores his first touchdown on the ground this season.
11 plays, 65 yards, 4:38 off of our clock, and as Thomas said, Abdullah's first touchdown of the season. Trinity kicks off, and the Panthers are unable to do anything offensively, 3 and out. Trinity takes over on plus field on the 48-yard line. The 8th play of the drive, a familiar name, finds the end zone yet again for Trinity.
Trojans with a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line, bringing the jumbo package. 3 tight ends, Wilson to his left, Perez to his right. Shotgun set on 1st and goal for Nate. Fake on the end around. He walks untouched into the end zone. Tyler Nate's 10th rushing touchdown of the season. Tremendous blocking, paving the way to another Trojans touchdown.
8 plays, 48 yards, 4 minutes, 25 seconds off of the clock. So with 5:21 remaining in our first quarter, it's 14-0 Trinity.
That may be the most subdued highlight call I've had for Trinity in years, but I figure if it's as easy for him to walk in, then I probably shouldn't get so excited about it. But I should get excited about the offensive line did, because literally, Peter, the 3 of us could have gone arm in arm Red Rover style and walked into the end zone with the hole that was opened up there.
Yeah, there was the caved in of the right side of the defense, and he could have walked in. You're right. It was an outstanding cap to a great drive. Permian finally gets rolling offensively. They have a big offensive play, a Heath Wood to Jack Fawcett play into the red zone, and after 2 pass interference calls against Trinity, they finally find the end zone for the first time.
2nd and goal from the 3. 2 receivers left, 1 wide right. Pistol formation. Handoff up the middle, and he's in. Brandon Bailey's 19th rushing touchdown of the season. This one from 3 yards out. And the Panthers are on the scoreboard, cutting the Trojan lead in half.
7 plays, 63 yards, 2 minutes and 2 seconds off of the first quarter clock. 56 seconds remained in our first quarter, Thomas, and it was 14-7 Trinity.
And that was the boost that Permian needed to kind of get back into this thing, because it all came off of one explosive play. They were able to get Fawcett loose behind the coverage, and he was tracked down from behind, or he would have taken it in himself. It was a good 57-yard play, and I'm sure that Darrell Tryon is back there right down in the locker room going, okay, I know this one is coming back out the second half. Let's make sure we get lined up and we're able to execute correctly the next time. But you got to tip your cap to Heath Wood and Jack Fawcett and the play caller for the Permian Panthers to be able to bust that big play on the staunch Trojan defense.
And they did a good job of persevering. Like I said, there was the 2 pass interference penalties against the Trinity defense, and they kept pounding the ball and trying to get it in the end zone. Finally did run the ball into the end zone. So life a little bit for the Panthers, but Trinity takes over, gets the ball on their own 32, and a Trinity march down the field, just outstanding. No third downs on the drive, and capped off by the dynamic one.
I formation. Second man through Wilson. Spin move to the outside, still on his feet. Cuts back at the 15, still alive to the 10, to the 5, angling left into the end zone. My goodness, J. Ron Wilson broke out the entire arsenal of moves there as he takes it 20 yards for the Trojan touchdown.
Nothing matter of fact about that call on that touchdown run by Tyler Wilson, Thomas Lee. That was a great run and a great carry that time by Wilson, making 2, 3, maybe 4 guys miss. The Martinez extra point is good, so 10 plays, 68 yards, 5:04 off of the clock. Still 5:50 remaining in our first half. Trinity extends their lead 21-7. Defense steps up again after Permian picks up 1 first down, forced to punt. And 3:34 remaining in our first half when Trinity gets the ball for the 4th time. March down the field yet again, and that man J-Ron finds the end zone.
First and goal, Trojans at the 2-yard line. I formation. Abdullah in front of Wilson. Handoff Wilson, right off of right guard, pushing the pile into the end zone. No signal yet. Line judge comes in and says it's touchdown for the Trojans. Second rushing touchdown of the night for J. Ron Wilson. And the Trojans punch one across with 20 seconds to go here in the first half.
That 18th rushing touchdown on the season for J. Ron Wilson, second tonight. 9 plays, 76 yards, 3 minutes, 11 seconds off of our second quarter clock. 28-7 Trinity. And at the time, Thomas, I told you that Trinity had possessed the ball in the second quarter for those 2 drives for 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Just an outstanding job of offense by Trinity in that second quarter. And the Panthers do get the football one last time and start marching down the field through the air, and you may see that a little bit more from Permian in the second half, but time runs out. At the half, Trinity 28, the Panthers of Permian 7.
Let's bring the Dr. Alex Sterling back in here as we've got a few minutes left before the second half start. And Pete, you just mentioned over 8 minutes in the second quarter alone. Doc, didn't they have over 16 minutes of time possession in the first half?
It was 18-18.
Oh, 18-18. So, yeah, nice job in the first quarter, but in the second quarter as well. 10 minutes in the first, 8 in the second. And if you're not going to give the opposition any time with the ball, and this is not like an offense like DeSoto or an offense like Allen that has quick strike capabilities. This is a totally different deal, and they are limiting the Permian Panthers to just not having much of any success whatsoever. All right, let's go down to the field. Bart Castle is going to have a few questions for Trinity Trojan head coach Steve Lineweaver. Take it away, Bart.
Coach, appreciate you taking a minute. In the first half, you may or may not be aware, you had the ball for 18 minutes. Talk a little bit about the formula for success in the second half.
Well, we just appeared to be blocking well and appeared to be playing aggressive on the defensive front. A little disappointed that we let our guard down on that deep pass. Other than that, been playing pretty well.
Well, a great ground attack, and I would imagine we'll see some more of that. Offensive line did do a great job.
Yeah. We do work on our passing game. We're going into this second half thinking we're going to have to use it.
All right, Coach, congratulations on a good first half. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you heard it there from Coach Lineweaver. May break out the pass in the second half just so we don't waste practice time last week.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Thank you, Bart, and thanks also to Coach Lineweaver for taking the time to talk to us. But every time this comes up, and he does, when we talk to him before the games during the week, halftime, post-game, he's like, I promise we really do work on throwing the ball, but I'm going to invoke the wisdom of the great Darrell Royal, when you throw the ball, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. So why not just keep running it? And that's what the Trojans are doing tonight.
And he must be getting like a complex about it because Bart didn't even bring it up, and Coach Lineweaver did that time. So only Coach Lineweaver could be talking about his passing game when his team possessed the ball for 18 minutes. That's laughable at this level. Laughable Kyler Murray, 190 yards on, 7 carries?
9, yeah, but close.
That's laughable. I don't know if you heard me. I laughed when you said that. I laughed when the great Alex here gave us 18 minutes and 18 seconds. It's just laughable how good these teams truly are.
Texas Health HEB halftime show comes to conclusion. We'll step aside for a break. 28-7. Your score, Trinity on top of Permian. Back to Pennington Field after these messages. Trinity Trojan playoff football continues in a moment on Champion Sports Radio.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
And welcome back here to Pennington Field. Trinity 28, Permian 7. That'll do it for the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Time now for your second half kickoff. And Permian Panthers won the toss, deferred their decision to the second half, and so the Trojans will kick off here to begin quarter number 3. Downs, this one is a high pop-up down to the 21-yard line. Angling right. This is the receiver, the up man, Taylor Thompson, gets out to the 25-26. And mark him down the 27-yard line before he is engulfed by 5 Trojan kick coverage men, including Justice Gregg, leading the challenge and the charge for Trinity here. And Panthers will take over on their own 27-yard line. The quarterback, Heath Wood, the running back, Brandon Bailey. Wood, a senior, Bailey, a junior. Wide receivers feature the senior, Sam Wilkins, sophomore, Kobe Robinson, the junior, Jack Fawcett, the halfback/tight end, and Taylor Thompson, the senior. Offensive line from left to right will give you after this first down and 10 play. I formation, swing it out right side, catch is made, now motoring out, and a great shoestring tackle is made there. Had to go low and submarine to catch the ankles of the quick one outside. Matt Munoz up to the challenge, and it'll be a modest gain of about 4 yards on the play to the 31-yard line. Actually, they'll mark it out near the 32-yard line. Gain of 5 will bring up second and 5.
That was Munoz. Kobe Robinson, quick sophomore out there, the wide receiver. Quick feet, good job by Matt.
2-by-2 spread, play fake, quick pass out right side, and Matt Munoz with a decleater. Absolutely lays out Kevin Hudnall, the senior, who makes his 10th catch of the season. Offensive line for the Permian Panthers, Tracy Notley, the junior left tackle, left guard, Caden White, a senior. The senior center is Jack Felt. That's head coach Blake Felt's son. Jesus Olivares, the junior right guard, and the right tackle, Zane Digby, a junior. Is enough for a first down, though. 1st and 10 at their own 37. Snap back, play fake, option right, get it out to the edge, and swarmed under is Bailey. Actually, check that on the pitch. It's actually Robinson 2, not Bailey 27. He's going to pick up 4 yards on the play out to the 41-yard line. Let's reset that Trojan defense for you. They have been dominant here in the first half, allowing the Permian Panthers less than 100 yards of offense. Viliasu Vili, senior defensive end out there with Anthony Famu, also a senior. Jalon Bevel and Chris Daniels. Bevel a senior, Daniels a junior, the 2 defensive tackles. The linebackers after the 7th and 6th play. Pass right side over everybody's head, intended for the receiver, Taylor Thompson. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 6. Middle linebacker, Tobias Natia Jr. Seal Kautai, the senior, on the weak side. Strong side, Elijah Tassini, the junior. Also seen a lot of Justice Gregg, the junior, and Kwame Harris, the senior. Free safety, TJ Kautai, a senior committed to Utah. Sayanalo, the senior rover. Bobby Cooper, senior corner. Matt Munoz, senior corner. Completing your starting lineups for the Trojan defense. 3rd down and 6 now for Permian at their own 41 from the right hash. I formation out of the pistol. Really stacked up back there in the backfield. Looking to pass, slant, caught, and a great connection there. Nalo finally brings down Sam Wilkins as the senior hauls in the pass. It'll move the chains for Permian. It's 12 yards of the pitch and catch from Wood to Wilkins.
Trinity only with a 3-man front right now, Thomas, and choosing to go back and play zone coverage, and a good job by Wood that time finding the hole in the zone.
2 receivers right. That's the wide side of the field, but not by much. 1 to the left. 1st down and 10. Handoff straight forward. There goes Brandon Bailey. Maybe his best run of the night, 8 yards down to the 38-yard line, as the Panthers have come out here playing with the fire and intensity we expected in the second half.
That's a good job of holding on to the football by Brandon Bailey, because he got hit hard by Sayanalo after a nice gain, like you said.
Hudnall slot right, wide right is Thompson. Another inside give on 2nd and 2. Going to be enough for the 1st down for Bailey. Brought down on the play by Siu Kautai, but not before he gets to the 33-yard line. That'll be enough for a fresh set of downs for the Panthers as they're marching down the field in their opening possession here of the 3rd quarter.
Flash fact, last week, 28-7 was the score before this Permian team ran off 42 unanswered. They don't think they're out of this football game.
Pistol set, play fake, seam route, and a perfect throw by Wood, finding Fawcett down to the 20-yard line. It's a nice gain on the play from Wood to Fawcett, and again the Trojans defense a little back on their heels here to start out the 3rd quarter.
Very impressive drive, and lots of confidence. We didn't see this confidence in the first half.
13-yard gainer from Wood to Fawcett. Inside, and the give to Bailey is going to be knocked down for a 1-yard loss. As I think Siu Kautai had enough, he flies in and makes a tackle. Oh, and credit Bailey. He was able to actually get about half a yard of the play. It'll still be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Kwame Harris also closed quickly from his middle linebacker position there, Thomas, and I don't think they're going to get much hay in that middle.
Robinson slot left. Wide left is Watt Wilkins, and they're going to go on the quick out to Robinson. Good job closing by Sayanalo. They can't complete the connection. It'll be 3rd and 10.
Kwame Harris again with late pressure that time. They're really doing a nice job of not letting Wood look to more than one. Heath Wood look to more than one receiver. He doesn't have time.
Line judge is going to come in and help out the referee. He was taken about that half-yard back away from Permian. It's going to be tough enough as it is. 3rd down and 9 now as they spotted at the 24. Panthers driving, trying to slice into a 28-7 Trinity lead. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left from the middle of the field. Heavy rush on the blitz, and the ball is tipped up and knocked in the air. What an athletic play from Siu Kautai on the weak side linebacker blitz.
Yeah, I think Coach Tryon got a little bit tired of this passing game and said we need to make this quarterback move his feet, and they started blitzing. The last 2 plays they blitzed the first time, it was Harris. That time was Kautai that made a difference. I don't think there's any doubt Coach Felt's going to go for it here.
Thompson wide right. Slot right is Robinson. Tight right is Fawcett. Wide left, Sam Wilkins. 4th down and 9, Permian at the Trinity 19. Flushed out of the pocket. Wood dumps it off right side. 4 Trojan defenders rally to the ball. No chance. He's going to be brought down 6 yards shy of the first down as the swing pass to Bailey goes for only 3 yards, and the Trojan defense bends, but it doesn't break.
That time, Heathwood did a really nice job of extending the play because Jalen Bevel was in the backfield as the snap was getting in his hands. A great job of extending the play, and he gets it out to his playmaker, Brandon Bailey, but you called it, Thomas. The defense just swarmed to the football, turned the ball over on downs.
Here comes the Trojan offense, led on the field by the junior quarterback, Tyler Nate. Physically imposing presence in that first half. Play fake on the outside stretch to Wilson. Takes it straight downfield. Gets 9 yards to the 25 before he is brought down. Nate, the junior quarterback. J-Ron Wilson, the junior running back. Michael Perez, the senior fullback. Also seen Devin Abdullah, a junior. So all 3 of those men, Abdullah, Wilson, Nate, will be back next year for sure. Receivers, Justice Wilson, a senior. Isaiah Reynolds, a senior. Marquise McCray, a senior. The tight end is rotating Caleb Cumbie and Caleb Brockington, both have seen action. Cumbie, the junior. Brockington, the senior. Give the offensive line after the 2nd down and 1 play. Snap back. First pass of the ball game. Tunnel screen right side. Greg Gardner takes it down the sideline and is finally banged out of bounds at the 44-yard line. If it stands, it'll be a gain of 19, but we've got a penalty flag back near the line of scrimmage, actually about 6 yards downfield, and a player very slow to get up for the Panthers. That's the nose guard, Angel Gonzalez, who had a fumble recovery last week against Tascosa. This pass play may be wiped off the books here.
Sorry about that, Thomas. Tyler Nate's in there.
I saw a personal foul, but I did not see any indication as to what the personal foul was. But either way, it's going to push him back 15 yards as they will spot the ball inside the 16.
Is that another dead ball yet? No.
That must be from where it happened. Let's see what the down and distance marker does, as it still shows 2nd down.
You don't see this very often, Thomas. Steve Lineweaver out on the field questioning the call from the line judge, and you never see that. And again, it's a play away from the play, and hopefully Bart had eyes on it. We were both watching the play.
2nd down and 10. Play fake. Zine QB runs straight downfield, bowling over a defender. Gets down just shy of the 25-yard line, so almost got it back. As it's a 8-yard run on the play. It'll bring up 3rd down and 2 now for the Trojans as they're at their own 24-yard line. The personnel package changes for Trinity.
Big defensive play here for this Permian team. They were really successful that first drive. Nothing to show for it. They haven't been able to stop the Trinity Trojans all night.
2 receivers left. 3rd down and 2 from their own 24. Snap back. Zone read. Keeper by Nate. Straight forward. Needed 2, and he got about 2.5. That big body and the great lean as he turns into a running back, following right behind Patrick Vahi, and takes it for a Trojan 1st down. The quick tackle is Patrick Vahi, the 4-star recruit headed to Texas. Siole Fakahua, the quick guard, also a senior. Jordan Kazi, the senior center. The senior strong guard is Tavita Fawahala. Saya Mose, the senior strong tackle at offensive line. The heart and soul of this Trojan team. 1st down and 10. Handoff. McCray sweeping around the left side. Stops, restarts, and cuts back inside. Chopped down at about the 30-yard line. It's going to be a gain of only 3 as we go down to the field and check in with Bart Castle.
First, fellas, I'll tell you, I didn't see that play. I let myself watch the play. I didn't see it. However, I will tell you, we've already had 3 plays where the referees have been after kids on both sides. The difficult part of officiating a contest like this where there's a size mismatch is staying on top of that sportsmanship so something chippy doesn't turn into something serious. It can get away from you in a hurry.
2nd down and 7 for the Trojans on the left hash on their own 30-yard line. Handoff, sweeping around the right side. Wilson trying to turn the corner. is ushered out of bounds very gingerly by Des Smith, junior cornerback. Be a gain of close to 5 on the play, and it's going to set up third down and, well, hold the phone. They're going to say he stepped out of the 34, so it'll be third down and 3 now for the Trinity Trojans as we go inside of 5 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. Trinity leading at 28-7.
A lot of talk, but Bart's right. There is a lot of talking going on after every single play, and Coach Lineweaver doing the best he can to keep his kids calm. I've never seen he's as animated as we've ever seen him tonight, Thomas.
Third down and 3. Second man through, has the ball, and he is off to the races. Say goodnight to this one. J. Ron Wilson takes it to the house. On 3rd and 3, he goes off of right guard, in between the right guard and right tackle for 66 yards. That's his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night.
Much like the Tyler Naty 2-yard touchdown run in the first half, there was nobody there. They just collapsed the outside and inside of that defensive line, and that young man gets out in the open field. Not many people are going to touch him or catch him either. Touchdown, Trinity.
There's Luis Martinez in his trademark neon orange shoes, booting through the extra point. 4:48 left to go here in the third quarter. Trojans stamp another one on the scoreboard. 35-7 the score. Trinity on top of Permian. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Pennington Field after these messages.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
The Trinity running attack continues to explode. 66-yard touchdown run by J-Ron Wilson, his 3rd of the night. 2 first downs, 6 plays, 84 yards in the touchdown drive. Took 2 minutes, 55 seconds. 4:48 to go here in the third quarter. Trinity 35, Permian 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
And Doctor, we do have one pass attempt, one completion. Was it 6 yards is what it was all told after the penalty was marked off?
6 yards.
We got it, folks. We got a pass play. Return out the left side across 25 and forced out of bounds is Robinson. It's about the only way that they're getting him the ball is on the return game. He has not been as prevalent in the offensive game plan for Permian as I thought he would be coming in. The leader in catches, yards, receiving touchdowns, also had run it 53 yards on the season, Kobe Robinson, and really been held in check throughout the contest. Just 1 rush for 4 yards and 2 catches for 9, and that's all that Robinson has been able to produce tonight against Trinity.
Buddy, if you see that, I think the coaching staff sees it too, and that's what they do. They go and take the best player away, and that's what they've done so far.
Trinity's as good as that as anybody. I formation, a pistol set. Bailey handoff into a mass of humanity in the interior of the line. He gets a yard maybe. As absolutely stonewalled on the play. Give a lot of credit to Makoni Pole, the 5'11", 288-pound junior who was in there, who really was the foundation of that attack here for the Trojan defense.
It's just too big against too small, and Bart talked about it earlier. They're just too strong to run the ball in the middle.
2 down linemen, 2 stand-up ends. On 2nd down and 9, the quarterback takes off. That's a nifty run there for Heath Wood. He gets across the 35 down to the 36-yard line. Gain of 7 on the play. We'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Thomas, Bart made a great point at halftime when you were going through the scores. He said that Permian is rotating tackles. That's how physically dominated they have been in this football game. Just trying to keep as many fresh bodies as they can on the field so those offensive linemen that are undersized won't wear down.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right, ball in the middle of the field. Snap back looking right, flares it out of the backfield, and on 3rd and 2. Boy, this is going to be very close. I think he's going to have enough for the first down as he squeaked through at the very end. And a great job by Kobe Robinson. Needed 2 and picked up 3 to move the chains.
I'm blaming that on you. You talked about how we've slowed him down, and the young man has nothing there and does make a first down on a great individual effort there. And you know why everybody's pretty impressed with Kobe Robinson. Only a sophomore.
Taylor Thompson, credit him with the block outside so that Robinson could turn the corner and get the first down. 1st and 10 Permian, their own 39. Toss back, Robinson tries to turn the corner. Nothing doing there. And a great job of staying home. A lot of times when all the action goes to the left, you want to over-pursue. Sio Kautai stayed home, played his assignment, forced it for just a gain of 3.
Made that play that was supposed to go outside, inside. And once you turn that runner inside, here comes the cavalry because Trinity is just running to the football.
2nd down and 7. Permian on their own 42. 2-by-2 spread, pistol formation. Play fake. Pass right side, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. And Kevin Hudnall was not able to haul that one in. Hudnall, it's kind of an interesting story here. He and his girlfriend actually have a young child. They live in an apartment by themselves and had to be forced into adulthood very early. He said football is really far down on his list of priorities, but being a Permian Panther is important to him. And so, of course, he's still out here and devotes the time and energy needed to be successful. 3rd down and 7 from their own 42 from the right hash. Back to pass. Quick pass right side. Catch is made. First down. And Taylor Thompson takes it across the 50 into Trojan territory at the 48. Gain of 10 on the play, and it'll be a first down for the Panthers. Big 3rd down conversion.
I'm sorry, Thomas. Give Taylor Thompson some credit that time because he took a shot in the ribs and the head went up, and but he was able to fall forward for that first down. He didn't have it right away. He grounded to that first down.
Panthers continuing to fight in front of this sold-out visitor crowd that made the trek 6 hours eastward to be here at the Metroplex. Inside run, and Bailey stood up, thrown back, gain of 3 on the play. We go downstairs and check in with Bart.
Boy, the definition of courage is Cody Robinson. I noticed they don't list weights, and that's an age-old coach trick when a player's not very big. If he weighs more than 120 pounds, it's a miracle.
It helps you be a little lighter on your feet when you are literally lighter on your feet. 2 receivers right, Hudnall slot right, Thompson wide right, 2 receivers left as well. Wanted to go right. Oh, Wood had to pull it down, just tries to spin his way forward, got 3, maybe even close to 4 yards on the play. And a big hit there is your man Christopher Daniels combined with Jalon Bevel for the tackle.
And it was Thomas, it was Tobias Nate that delivered the blow that made me go, and Wood was a little bit slow getting up. That young man is tough because he just got hit by 3 of the strongest Trinity defenders.
Wilkins wide left, Hudnall slot left, Robinson tight left. That's the wide side of the field. Thompson all alone wide right. 3rd down and 4. Pass right side, tipped up in the air. And a chance for a play to be made, and like a missile is Tobias Nate flying in there. It's kind of like a wrecking ball as he came in there going after, trying to pick off that deflected pass.
I'm not sure Heath Wood knows where he is right now because the ball was tipped, and Nate and Wood were on a mission. They met at the football, and let's just say Tobias Nate won that explosion.
Time out of the field. We'll take it with him. 53 seconds left to go here in the 3rd quarter. Trojans lead at 35-7. Permian facing a 4th and 4 when we come back to Pennington Field after these messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
At Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford, we don't want you to walk through our doors. Nope, not ever. But we know life can throw you surprises, and when it does, we'll be there. Our experienced staff and technologically advanced care is dedicated simply to your health. From 24-hour emergency trauma care to rehabilitation and therapy to women's health services, we're equipped to handle your health needs. Why leave your health to chance? Visit texashealth.org/HEB to learn more.
$35-7 is your score. Trinity on top of Permian. 53 seconds left to go 3rd quarter. Trojans hang on and win. 2 o'clock next Saturday, Apogee Stadium in Denton. The Allen Eagles are waiting, but there's work left to be done. Defense looking for a stop. Permian has it 4th and 4 on the Trojan 42 from the right hash. 2 receivers right. Thompson wide right, Robinson slot right. Instead, they're going to look left on a slant, heavily contested by Earthly, and no flag. What great defense by Devin Earthly as Wood was going for the slant to Wilkins on the left side. Earthly breaks it up, and it's a turnover on downs forced by this Trojan defense.
Well, earlier in the football game, there was a series of pass interference calls, and I honestly got to say, that one that they didn't call had a better chance of being pass interference, but no call on the play. Trinity's defense, great job by Earthly staying home and doing a great job of getting that defense off the field. Boy, Coach Felt is not happy.
First down and 10 from their own 42. Toss sweep right side. Trying to turn the corner. Good cut back inside. And taken down is DeJuan Garrett, the 5'7", 159-pound junior with his 15th rush of the season. He's going to get out to the 49-yard line. It's a gain of 7 on the play, but we've got a player down on the Trojan offensive line, and this is not what Trinity fans want to see at all. They cannot afford any sort of injuries on this team. They've already lost starting tight end at the beginning of the year. Cumbie and Brockington and those boys have stepped in and played admirably, but just not quite the same. And now all the Permian players taking a knee out on the field. And the training staff out talking to the young man who is at least sitting up and now is going to be helped to his feet. And that's a very good sign right there. Isaiah Mose, the 6'1", 300-pound returning starting senior, is kind of holding his left arm, maybe his left pectoral, something in that upper left side of his chest as he holds it walking off the field.
He's a big kid, and he's one of the leaders of this football team. In fact, you know, at halftime of the South Grand Prairie game, he was one of the guys very vocal in the locker room, so very important that he is not banged up too badly. Already playing without 2 defensive ends tonight on the defensive side of the ball.
Tyler Davlin, the 5'11", 292-pound senior, will take Mose's place as a strong tackle out there. As we have 25 seconds and counting left to go here in the third quarter. And in fact, Trojans don't have to snap it. There's a 2-second difference between the game clock and play clock. And I think the officials are saying, hey, we're okay right here. We're at the 49. That means we only have to move the ball 2 yards as we switch sides to start the fourth quarter. Why don't we all just take a breather and head to the fourth quarter, and the clock finally runs out, and the third quarter's in the books. Trinity 35, Permian 7. Fourth quarter begins right after these messages. Trinity Trojan playoff football continues on Champion Sports Radio in a moment.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
We start the fourth quarter here at Pennington Field. Trinity 35, Permian 7. Thomas Lee, Sweet Pete Nielsen, Alex Sterling up here in the booth. Let's go down to the fourth member of our broadcast crew, Bart Castle, down on the sideline.
Fellas, it does look like on Mose they're looking at his shoulder. They've taken his shoulder pads off, I think, as a precaution just to make sure that they've really given it a good look before he goes back out.
Hopefully we will see him back out there, Peter.
Or they're hiding them.
That's true. There's very little to play for in the next 12 minutes as long as the offense continues to rack up yards and first downs here.
And they are icing it up right now. He's done for the night. I can see that from here, and I didn't say it in Holiday Inn Express.
Second down and 3. Start the fourth quarter. Nate in a shotgun set.
Oh, no.
A second pass has been thrown, folks. Marquise McCray takes it. We're down the sideline. He's going to step out of bounds. just shy of the 35. No, they want to mark it right at the 35-yard line. We got a penalty flag thrown by the back judge, and he's going to take it all the way back right in front of Coach Lineweaver at the 45-yard line. He tried to throw that thing from about 25 yards away.
Thomas.
And we'll see here as it's a block in the back against Trinity, and this one's coming back.
That official was literally 50 yards from the play. 50.
Are you trying to say that we were closer to the action than he was?
I know there was 2 or 3 a lot closer, and they didn't had no reason to throw a foul. I just think they don't want Trinity to have any success throwing the ball. Every time they throw the ball, they call a penalty. Anyway, back to you.
Penalty will march it back. It'll actually be a 6-yard gain on the pass, so a pair of 6-yard gains that on pass plays. This ball is lost. It's on the ground, and I think the Permian has recovered. And they have. Permian Panthers with a recovery. Credit Israel Martinez as the snap from center from Kazi to Nate was not executed well. It was bobbled. There was a penalty flag down the defensive backfield. But I don't think it's going to be anything to bring this one back as we wait to hear from this Houston chapter of officials.
I'm sure it's going to be a dead Paul personal foul. It's just a question on who.
Trojan defense out on the field near the numbers, just ready. A rare playoff mistake from Tyler Nate, who has played brilliantly since we started the second half of the bi-district round of the playoffs against South Grand Prairie. And a big conversation here from our officiating crew. It's a personal foul on Permian. And now he's motioning something else, but it's still going to be Panthers ball as it's a post-possession penalty.
Oh, no, they called that on Trinity, I think, T. Let's see.
He pointed the other way. Let's see. Oh, no, that official looks like he's going to mark it off against the Trojans.
I'm confused. Bart?
Michael Mackel, Trenton Crawford, Jason Laborde, Ryan Thompson, and Joe Mackel. And the official signal personal foul pointed to Permian, but they're going to march it off against Trinity. So obviously he made a mistake on the way he pointed. 15-yard marked off. Line of scrimmage is now going to be the 28-yard line in Trinity territory. Permian 1st and 10. Panthers 1st and 10 on the Trojan 28. Snap back, handoff up the middle, and
not going to work. Fighting
forward, maybe a yard, maybe 2 on the play, and that's going to be it as the interior of that line stacks him up again. Viliasu Veli, the 6'1", 227-pound senior playing for the injured Tipanali Ahi at defensive end, leading the charge on the stop.
Thomas, you talked about them getting Kobe Robinson involved. He's actually in the back of the 2-back set now with Bailey lining up almost as a fullback.
2nd down and 8. Play fake to the air pass. Has a man open. Wait, one-handed catch made in the end zone. What a job by Taylor Thompson hauling it in on a perfect pass from Wood as he's leveled, but it's coming back. There's a holding penalty against Permian. That's going to wipe away the touchdown, but it does not take away what an amazing effort this was from Taylor Thompson.
It was a great catch, but there was a defender from Trinity that had broke through in the middle. I didn't get a number, but clearly the offensive lineman from Permian got a grab on it, because if he didn't, Heath Wood wouldn't have been able to make the throw. But you're right, what a great catch. And give Heath Wood credit, because he had felt the pressure, but definitely a good call by our head official that time on a holding penalty.
Just a second penalty on the night against the Permian Panthers. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Wood in a pistol set with Bailey behind him. And now miscommunication on who needs to line up where. A timeout taken by Permian. 10:43 left to go fourth quarter. We'll take it with them. Trinity 35, Permian 7. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
.43 left to go, fourth quarter. Trinity 35, Permian 7. Second down and 18 now for Permian at the Trojan 35. Wood, pass left side. Robinson trying to find some room to roam. Gets to the line of scrimmage and is stood up by Munoz. Maybe a yard, and that is it. Matt Munoz again rallying to the ball, and one of the best tackling cornerbacks in North Texas.
Munoz out there on an island and makes the tackle, but by the time the play is over, there is 8 Trojan defenders on the opposite sideline in pursuit.
Down to the field to Bart Castle.
Yeah, on the previous play, you could see, we mentioned that Robinson is a sophomore, and he was flanked inside Jack Fawcett, and the junior had to say to him, wait, the play calls for you to be on the outside. Before they could do it, they decided to call the timeout.
Third down and 17 for Permian. Empty set, 2 receivers left, 3 to the right. Heavy rush, pass over the middle, and the closest man to it was TJ Kaltai, the Trojan free safety. As they were trying to take a shot, Wood was looking for Jack Fawcett down the seam. Incompletion will bring up fourth down.
Permian coaching staff think they found something in the middle. They made the big play. The touchdown was called back on up the middle, and remember, it was Fawcett's catch that was right down the middle in the first half. So the safeties on for Trinity have to stay back. Can't let anybody run by them, especially here on 4th and 17.
Robinson tight right. Slot right is Dexter Nebo. Wide right is Thompson. On fourth down, they're going to throw it right side. Pass is complete, but it's only going to go for about 8 yards. Nebo got it, but was immediately tackled, and credit about 6 different Trojan defenders on the stop. McKinney Pole, the defensive tackle, even came back to help and bring him down. Justice Gregg there as well. And the Trojan defense forces yet another turnover on downs.
He was wide open when he caught the football, but there's just such great pursuit from this defense. And when you say the defensive tackle makes a play 10 yards down the field, that's what you're talking about, Thomas. Outstanding pursuit. Outstanding defensive effort tonight by the Trojans.
Three tight ends, 2 backs, I formation. Wilson gets the handoff, trying to bounce to the outside, turns the corner, slowed down, and now wants to stay inbounds. And a pretty athletic tackle made there on the outside by the Permian cornerback, Des Smith, to bring down J-Ron Wilson. Clock continues to tick down inside of 9.5 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter. Wilson brought down for a 2-yard gain.
Boy, they're not very big, but I'm going to tell you something. I think you're going to agree. They don't quit. They just are swarming to the football. That Robbie Washington, the outside Sam linebacker, he was on the far hash, runs all the way across the field and make a part of that tackle.
Credit Wilson with a 1-yard gain on first down. Now it's second down and 9. Slot left McCray, wide left Reynolds. Shotgun set. Zone read, keeper Nate, and a big hole opens. There goes the big man across the 40, the 45, the 50, into Permian territory. 2 hands on the ball, still moving the pile all the way down to the 40-yard line. 33 yards on the run as Nate just blitzed downfield again. Goes at least 10 or 12 yards before even being touched. We have an injured Permian player down at the 43-yard line back in Trinity territory. Training staff has come out to look at him. But what a run by Nate, and what blocking by the offensive line to open up that kind of hole for the big man to take off and rumble through.
Unofficially rushing numbers for Trinity. J-Ron Wilson, 180 yards on 21 carries. Tyler Natey with that 30-yard pickup goes to 183. the competition is on to see who can get the 200 first.
The injured Permian Panther is Cody Young, the weak side linebacker. Been all over this ball game, and he is really slow to get up. I think he got leveled on the inside and was driven down by a fantastic block by this Trojan offensive line, and so he will head to the sideline. Trinity has it, 8:45 and counting left to go here in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 Trojans at the Permian 40-yard line, and play clock still at 23. Let's go down to the field and check it with Bart Castle.
We've talked about the size all night, fellas. The amazing thing from down here at field level, when Tyler Nate runs with the ball, he's bigger than any of the 3 defensive linemen in the three of the 3-4 defense.
Quick side to the right. They're going to run toss left. And a great play there down the line of scrimmage by the nose guard, Angel Gonzalez, to get to the ball carrier, DeJuan Garrett. Garrett gets to the line of scrimmage, nothing more than that, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
We saw Garrett last week with the big touchdown with only time he touched the football and getting a chance to run the football in this game. That's what Coach Lineweaver does. Finds a way to get more and more players into the game, and he's done that tonight with his skill guys.
Marquise McCray wide right. That's the wide side of the field. 3 wingbacks on the left side. Nate in a shotgun. Zone read keeper by Nate as he plows forward. He's going to be hit and slowed down by Josh Nguyen. After a 3-yard gain, it's going to bring up 3rd and 7 for the Trojans now as we go inside of 7.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Trojans on top 35-7.
Just a 3-yard gain, but just the shot that he gave, finishing that run, it's going to get to the point where these Permian defenders are going to say, I'm not so sure I want to tackle him anymore. He's just so physically dominant.
This is when the Trojans are at their best, milking the play clock down. Still getting first downs. Reynolds wide left, McCray slot left, and now miscommunication on the alignment and the timeout having to be taken by Tyler Nate. We'll take it with him. 6:54 left to go, fourth quarter. Trojans 35, Permian 7. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Trojans just under 7 minutes away from a regional final showdown with the Allen Eagles. Trinity 35, Permian 7, 6:54 left to go here. From Pennington Field, you're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio. 3rd down now and 7 from the Permian 37. They roll the pocket left, looking like he's going to throw. Nate now stops, sidesteps inside a defender, spin move down inside the 35 to the 34. Penalty flag back in the offensive backfield. It's a 3-yard gain if it stands. It'll be 4th and 4 if the penalty
That's a terrible call.
is going to be refused. And I think a chop block against the Trojans is going to be the call. I would assume that Coach Felt's probably going to force 4th down here, but he may want to tack on the yards and hopefully thinking he gets in better field position. Trinity 35, Permian 7 with 6:45 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Coach Felt, Permian Panthers will not quit. The 6-time state champions.
He didn't call it a chop block, Thomas. He referenced an illegal block, and I saw the block. I don't know what was illegal about it. So, is Trinity actually going to punt?
Well, they've taken the penalty, so it's going to move them back
it's still 3rd down.
to the 48-yard line in Trojan territory. 3 wide receiver set. Reynolds wide left, slot left is McCray. Wide right is Wilson. Pump fake, pulls it down. Nate starts to take off to the outside, runs through a tackle, still on his feet to the 45, to the 40, down the sideline, still going, and he got the first down! My goodness, the speed down the sideline. Needed 22 and picked up, I think, 25 on the play. Unbelievable job by Tyler Nate. He wanted to throw. Nothing was there. He just somehow wheels around the right side and the Trojan first down.
I was thinking to myself, well, look, it's going to be 4th and manageable, and they're not going to have to punt. Not so fast. He just wouldn't go down and just right down the sideline. It's a big, big drive, keeper alive.
396 yards rushing last week against Plano West. Trojans are over 400 here today, and here's more around the left side to the 10, to the 5, touchdown, Trojans. DeJuan Garrett around the left side takes it in from 27 yards out for the Trojan touchdown, but hold the phone.
That's going to be another legal block.
We have a penalty flag down at the 6-yard line, so I think they may not give Garrett his second rushing touchdown of the season.
That's just...
Down to the field of Barcastle we go.
Yeah, Trinity fans are showing that they're not – we're all fans,
but well, hold the phone, Bart. We'll come to you in just a second. The penalty is actually against Permian.
Oh, no.
Unless the official made a mistake again in which way he pointed. The Trojans don't know if they need to run. Okay, he pointed to the kickoff. There we go. So it is a touchdown for Garrett. Put it up on the board. Here comes the PAT unit, and what a run by Garrett, showing that this stable of running backs as deep as ever. Martinez to cap the drive. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up, and it is good. What a job by the Trojans and the junior running back DeJuan Garrett to punch it in after the miraculous third down scramble for Nate to move the chains. 5:56 left to go. Fourth quarter, Trinity 42, Permian 7. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Playoff Football on Champion Sports Radio.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
6 out of 7 touchdowns on their possessions for the Trinity Trojans tonight. 27-yard touchdown run by DeJuan Garrett. 3 first down, 6 plays, 74 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 3 minutes, 52 seconds. 5:56 to go in the game. Trinity 42, Permian 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
Down to the field of Barcastle.
Well, that's one of the reasons you got to wait till the call is made. We did have the receiver hung up with the defender, but they called the defender effectively for face masking, and that's what the penalty was. It looked like it was going to be on the Trinity player, but the defender was face masking him as they were going down, so they got the Permian player for the penalty.
Towns to kick off now from the Permian 45. This one's going to be short. It's going to bounce, and it's going to go out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Boy, just if there's anything that hasn't gone right tonight, Ryan Towns is the one it has not gone right for on the Trinity side of the field.
I don't mean to laugh, but as soon as it went out of bounds, he just picked up the tee, put his head down, and started walking to the sideline like, oh, no.
Here we go again. Well, let's go back to the run by DeJuan Garrett as he turned to the outside and displayed the kind of speed that would probably cause him to start for a lot of teams in the Metroplex.
They can re-kick here, Tom. It's interesting. Put Martinez out there and let him kick it out of the end zone.
Towns will head out after the 5-yard penalty. Move it to the midfield stripe. Trojans now with over 450 rushing yards on the night. Permian still trying to get to 200 yards in total offense.
And just, you started to talk about DeJuan Garrett, just another weapon. He's number 1, 2, 3, number 4 on the depth chart that we have. And 2 weeks in a row here in playoff games, the young man's found the end zone. It's just a testament of how much talent this Trinity football team has.
Here's Ryan Towns again to kick off for the Trojans. And this is going to put right down. No, it angles left again, over to the side, and it's going to go out of bounds again. And it's going to be another re-kick, and Towns has to come over and talk with the kick coverage unit. Coach Lineweaver making his way out to the huddle as well. Well, they're practicing directional kicking here, and the wind is now a crosswind blowing for Towns from right to left. So he puts it up high down the left side. It keeps getting carried over, closer to the sideline. And so when it lands, it finally just takes a left turn, and they've almost wiped out the 15-yard penalty on the touchdown that gave them the great starting position for the kicks. And Towns now will kick off for the third time from his own 45. He's got one more until we're back to even.
I'm going to bet you $1 this one stays in bounds.
It's a squib kick. Stays between the hashes, fielded at the 13. Kobe Robinson around the left side, tries to turn the corner, tackled down shy of the 20. There you go, Ryan. First down and 10 for Permian at their own 20. 5:48 left to go fourth quarter. Trinity 42, Permian 7.
After all that, they took over on their 20. They could have had it on the 30 twice. Just saying.
Trojans less than 6 minutes away from a date with the Allen Eagles next week, Apogee Stadium. Handoff up the middle. Run goes for 2, maybe 3 yards on the play as the Panthers continue to fight, scratch and claw, trying to get back into this one. Brandon Bailey with the carry has a 3-yard touchdown run tonight. Carries that one for 3 yards before he's brought down by a whole host of Trinity defenders, including Kwame Harris and Tobias Nate.
And Ben Kautai out there getting some defensive run for the Trojans.
Play fake and whistles blow, flags fly. It's a 5-yard penalty on the offense. Second down and 12 for the Panthers. Quick pass left side. This is caught, and he is immediately hit and rocked down shy of the 25-yard line. Catch is made on the play by Breshawn Butler, a senior. His first catch of the year.
A little extracurricular after the play, and I'm really impressed by the Permian coaching staff. Just yelling at their players, just get back in the huddle. And that's exactly what they did. That's good coaching over there on that sideline.
Diego Membrano also hustling back to make the tackle. Third down and 5 now from their own 25. Snap back, quick pass right side again. This is Butler. And he's going to be able to work his way up and get the first down. Needed 5, picked up 6 before he's brought down by TJ Kautai and company. That'll be a Permian first down with 4:20 left to go here in the fourth quarter.
No giving up. They're down 5 touchdowns, but they continue to play hard. I'm impressed with this Heath Wood, the quarterback out there. Just no quit. Just keep playing. Outsized, overmatched, just continue to play.
Thompson wide right. That's the short side of the field. Man in motion is Hudnall over to the right side as well. There's going to be an inside handoff, and the quick hitter goes nowhere. as this one is snuffed out immediately. And a pretty great play. Seal Caltech has had a whale of a ball game as we go down to the field and check in with Bart.
Well, we've talked a lot about Trinity's size. However, the fact that Permian is 3 rounds deep in the playoff, as small as they are, shows that the Permian system that's been alive for 35 years of just playing disciplined football regardless of your size and never quitting will get you a good ways in a game that's largely about girth.
Play fake, back to pass on second down. Left side, completion is made. And that's Sam Wilkins with the first down catch to the 42-yard line. So that'll move the chains. Wilkins brought down by Justice Gregg as the junior brings down the senior receiver. And the clock continues to move now as we go inside of 3 minutes remaining here in this third-round playoff contest. Play fake, pass left side and a little high and off the fingertips of Butler. Closing quickly was Devin Earthley, the senior. Incompletion will stop the clock at 2:48 left to go here in the fourth quarter, and it's second down and 10. Permian on their own 42.
Heath Wood has an internal clock in his head, Thomas, and 1, maybe 2, 3 of the balls out because of the pressure that he's been under all night.
2-by-2 spread from a pistol formation. Wood again looking left, fires down the seam, catch is made, and then knocked out of the hands of Sam Wilkins. That was a wonderful hit outside and deep in coverage down the field by Hernan Figueroa as the senior forces an incompletion and makes it 3rd and 10.
Good job by Figueroa not quitting on the play because the catch was made, and he knocked the ball out as they were fighting for it going out of bounds. Good hustle that time by Hernan.
Wilkins wide left, Butler slot left. That's the short side of the field. Pressure's there, screen right side. Bailey with the catch, stiff arms a man at the 50 to the 45 to the 40 down the left sideline. Still going down inside the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Permian. Panthers will not quit. 58 yards on a beautifully called screen play to Brandon Bailey. Wood let the pressure come in. Bailey catches the short pass. Now blocking downfield takes him all the way to the house.
And you can see why they're all excited about this young man. Brandon Bailey, only a junior. Makes a great play call on the screen and does the rest himself, weaving through the defense into the end zone for Permian's second touchdown of the evening.
Extra point up and good. New score from Pennington Field. Trinity 42, Permian 14, 2:26 left to go, fourth quarter. Trinity Trojan playoff football continues in a moment on Champion Sports Radio.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
Permian with their second touchdown of the game, 58-yard touchdown catch by running back Brandon Bailey. 3 first downs, 8 plays, 80 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 3 minutes, 30 seconds. 2:26 to go here in the game. Trinity 42, Permian 14. Scoring drive brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
Nice answer by Permian. It's still a very wide margin here. 28 points. But the Trojans, this is going to be good for the coaching staff as well. After that 58-yard touchdown, the Trojans fully expecting an onside kick. Although it looks like Permian is going to be content to kick it deep. In fact, they're going to squib it. Taking it to the 27-yard line, reversing field to the 30, to the 35. Has some blockers in front of him to the 40. 45-50, stiff arms a man, and Marquise McCray runs out of bounds in Permian territory at the 43-yard line.
Kicked it to the wrong guy. He is instant offense as soon as he touches the football. I'm talking about Marquise McCrary, and does a great job of running that ball inside of Trinity.
McCray with a 29-yard return on the kickoff. And with 2:18 left to go here, Trojans have put the second-team offensive line into the ball game. Lupetti Vacaciola, the quick tackle. Manasseh Mose, the sophomore, the quick guard. In at center right now is Latu Kata, the junior. Sione Sacchetti is a strong guard. Trojans going to get it out to DeJuan Garrett as Malini Miley, last time we saw the sophomore, was in that first-round playoff game against South Grand Prairie, but a nice run of 8 yards on first down by DeJuan Garrett. And the last member of the second-team offensive line coming in, Tyler Davlin, who's played for Mose for most of the second half, the senior, out there with Sacchetti, Kata, Mose, and Vacaciola. Second down and 2 from the Permian 35. 90 seconds and counting left to go in this one. Snap is not executed. There's a scrum at the 35-yard line, and it looks like that Miley was able to get back on top of it. Miley picked, I think, the wrong time to kind of come up through this Trojan system. He is as dynamic of a player as Coach Lineweaver has probably had at quarterback, but with the big bruising Nate doing such an exceptional job as a passer, and particularly as a runner, it's just going to be hard for Miley to get much playing time.
But a good, pulled out a little bit too early, but able to battle and get back on top of it. Uh-oh.
Stumbling, gets the ball back. Actually, no, they're going to say that he was down as Miley loses 3 yards, and it's not really a kneel down, but it kind of works as one, as Permian with 1 timeout left. Trojans do not have to run another play if they don't have to. 25 seconds and counting.
And the officials are hoping they don't, because it's getting a little chippy.
Great sign of respect there as Caleb Brockington doesn't wait for the line to form at the 50. He goes over and starts shaking hands. Trojans and Permians exchanging pleasantries, and that'll do it, folks. Trojans advance 42-14 winners over Odessa Permian. Your final score again, 42-14. Trojans will take on the Allen Eagles next Saturday, 2 o'clock at Apogee Stadium, in a game you can hear right here on Champion Sports Radio. For the 13th time, Trinity advances to the state quarterfinals. This is the 8th time under Steve Lineweaver. Halfway to a 4th state championship here in 2014. Time now for the First Texas Bank post-game show. It begins right after these commercial messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio. Once again, your final score, Trojans 42, Permian 14. Back to Pennington Field after these messages on Champion Sports Radio.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic, to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com. .42-14 the final. Trinity with the win over Permian to advance to the state quarterfinals next week against the Allen Eagles. Thomas Lee, Pete Nielsen, Alex Sterling, Mark Castle, the Champion Sports Radio cast of thousands here on hand at Pennington Field for this third-round playoff contest. And Permian, physical as always, and a fantastic effort, most of it on the ground, aside from 2 passes, each for 6 yards. The rest of the damage was done with this big physical offensive line and an unbelievable stable of runners on the ground. The Sippy Towel finishing up, and these guys celebrating in a big way down on the field as they are excited about taking on Allen. And, of course, the last time that these two teams met, 2011, a thrilling 28-21 win for Trinity over Allen at then Dallas Cowboy Stadium, now AT&T Stadium. So another Titanic showdown waiting here. Trojans and Eagles next Saturday. But first, let's talk to Steve Lineweaver, the head coach of the Trojans, about this 42-14 win tonight over Permian. Downstairs to Bart Castle we go.
Coach, first off, congratulations.
I'll accept that.
Well, I tell you, a game opponent in Permian, they were outmatched size-wise. Your kids really played well, though, and stayed intense throughout the ball game.
Yeah, those little fellas play hard. You know, they Friday Night Lights team, and I have the greatest respect for that. The whole community, the town, the way they play the game. The coach felt they're a class act.
really a pound and ground attack that was very effective tonight. How do you fine tune that for next week's showdown with the Allen Eagles?
Well, I'll give you a coaching answer. We'll look at film and see what corrections we need to make, and then might have to do a couple of different schemes, and we'll go at it real hard with our video study.
Now, I'll give you credit. You said you were going to pass in the second half, and, you lost your mind and threw it, I think, 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, we might have to ice our quarterback's arm down.
Well, congratulations again, and have a great week of practice. We look forward to a great ball game next week at Apogee Stadium against the Allen Eagles. I
want to say that I've heard great comments about people who are listening to the radio. You guys are really doing a great job. Thank y'all. It really adds to the atmosphere and all the fans of Trinity football. Thank you very much.
You bet. Well, I think Thomas would say he'd take that. So thank you, Coach, and good luck. We'll see you next week. Thomas and Pete, back up to you, fellas.
Thank you, Barton. Coach, that means an awful lot. I can speak for all of us here. There are a few coaches I admire as much as Steve Lineweaver, and if he's happy with what we're doing, then we're doing something right, and we appreciate all you tuning in each and every week here on Champion Sports Radio. And we get at least one more ball game, and boy, what a ball game it's going to be next Saturday as the Allen Eagles will take on the Trinity Trojans again. 2 o'clock, we'll be on air 1:15 with the pregame show from Denton, Texas. Apogee Stadium, and it's going to be an awful lot of fun. This one was a lot of fun. We got a lot left to wrap up here. So we continue on with more of the First Texas Bank post-game show. We'll have stats, we'll have highlights, and maybe even a peek to maybe what's coming next week as the Eagles and Trojans will lock horns for the first time since 2011. Once again, your final score, 42-14 Trinity with the win over Permian. 3 playoff wins already here in 2014 for the Trojans. How many are left? Coach Lineweaver would take 3 more for sure as the Trojans look for their 4th state championship. Step aside for a break. When we come back, more Trinity Trojan playoff football on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student-athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
Capacity crowd still dancing their way to the parking lot. It's not going to be too much fun out there, though. Tip your cap to the Permian Panthers. They traveled in force. They filled up the entirety of the visiting side of the stadium. That's a long drive back to West Texas as the Trojans winners tonight 42-14 over the Permian Panthers. Thomas Lee, Pete Nielsen, Alex Sterling, Bart Castle, Champion Sports Radio broadcast crew here on hand, and excited to have another ball game, at least one more left here in the 2014 season for the Trinity Trojans. Time now to bring in the Dr. Alex Sterling, walk you through your final game statistics in this one. And, well, the over-under for second half passing attempts was at 1, so I guess if you took the over, you're sitting pretty right now.
That's right, Thomas. There was 2 passes.
2 whole passes in the game.
All right. Team stats first for Permian. 15 first downs in the game, 52 yards rushing, 224 yards passing, 276 yards of offense for the Panthers. No turnovers in the game, 4 penalties, 35 yards, 19 minutes, 3 seconds time of possession. For Trinity, 25 first downs in the game, 466 yards rushing, 6 yards passing. So we did throw the passes here. 472 yards of offense, had the 1 fumble for their lone turnover, 11 penalties for 108 yards, 28 minutes, 57 seconds. Time of possession for the Trojans. Looking at the individual stats first for Permian, quarterback Heath Wood, 18 of 31 passing, 224 yards and a touchdown. His leading receiver, Jack Fawcett, 2 catches, 70 yards. Brandon Bailey, the leading rusher for the Panthers, 16 carries, 36 yards and a rushing touchdown. Also had a 58-yard touchdown reception. For Trinity, quarterback Tyler Naty, 2 of 2 passing, 1 of 1 passing, 6 yards, did have another pass. 21 carries, 217 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Greg Garner, the leading receiver, 1 catch, 6 yards. J-Ron Wilson, 21 carries, 180 yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Back up to Juan Garrett, 4 carries, 42 yards, and a rushing touchdown. So the running game reigns supreme with a dominant Trinity Trojan victory. Now it's on to Allen.
And it's going to be a completely different situation for these Trojan players. Is tonight a little bit of leverage, a little bit of effort. They could get whatever they wanted. It's not going to be quite that easy next week against the Eagles.
No, certainly not. And I think seeing the Martin game today gave them some ideas of with the way they ran the football. They're more of a one-man group there with Nick Smith. He's their main rusher, and he's a great player. But Trinity can hit you with several guys. Nate's essentially an extra running back to begin with. So you have a lot of weapons for Trinity to use and that running attack to kind of wear down that Allen defense, which has been their Achilles heel, where Allen's had to outscore everyone pretty much the whole season, maybe outside of the DeSoto game last week.
All right, Doctor, excellent job as always. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week up in Denton. Before we take a look back at the highlights from this one, let's get you caught up on some of the action around the area and check the Whirly Ball HEB scoreboard, shall we? Earlier today, John Tyler eliminates Rockwall Heath 49-21 down at McLean Stadium in Waco. Great ball game for the Lions as they really clamped down on Rockwall Heath, and a team that the Trojans saw up close and personal at AT&T Stadium back, almost 3 months ago. But it looks like the Heath season comes to a close with a 49-21 loss to John Tyler. Allen defeating Martin 69-54 to set up the showdown between the Eagles and the Trojans. Allen 504 yards of offense. Martin had 617 total yards in the contest. Allen won the two-turnover battle, though they forced 2 interceptions, one from Eric Walker, one from Trey Brown. Allen just had one fumble in the contest. Eagles put up 412 rushing yards on 32 carries, nearly 13 yards per rush. Kyler Murray had most of it. 197 yards on just 9 attempts, scored 4 touchdowns, averaging nearly 22 yards a carry. As Murray had a 3-yard touchdown run, Kyler Murray a 75-yard touchdown run, a 49-yard touchdown run, and a 61-yarder with 44 seconds left. So Murray 10 of 20 passing, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns, but much like the Trojans tonight, Eagles elect to keep it on the ground. They rack up 412 rushing yards. Murray with 197 and 4 touchdowns. Keon Williams, 11 carries, 146 yards, and a TD as well. It's going to be a tough task. It's going to be a great ball game. We're going to look forward to bringing it to you next Saturday. 1:15 with the pregame 2 o'clock kickoff from Apogee Stadium. The Eagles, the 2-time defending state champion, taking on the Trinity Trojans. Elsewhere around the Metroplex, Skyline with a 34-14 win over Klein Collins, also down in Waco at McLean Stadium. Argyle with a 52-48 thriller over Kennedale at Hamby Stadium. Third quarter action, Ennis leading the Colony, and the Colony, tip your cap to them. The Cougars with a huge upset over Poteet last week. They're now giving state-ranked Ennis all they can handle and more. 28-27 Ennis with the lead down at Waxahachie. Good ball game going on there. And Salina, 8-time state champion, rolling. They got a 30-point lead in the third quarter over Iowa Park. 42-12 the score, and that one being played at Brewer Bear Stadium. And Salina knocking on the door looking for more. Final here, 42-14, Trinity with the win over Permian. Step aside for one more break. Continue with more of the First Texas Bank post-game show. We'll have your second half highlights and recap and a look ahead to the Allen Eagles. All that more we continue in a moment. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
And welcome back here to Pennington Field. We continue on with the First Texas Bank post-game show. Final score once again, Trinity 42. Permian 14. Trojans advance. Next Saturday, we'll take on the two-time defending state champion Allen Eagles. We thought last week was going to be a slobber knocker. What do you think next Saturday is going to bring us? Before we look ahead, let's look back to a second half here that was pretty amazing by all accounts. The way that the focus, the intensity, the playmaking, even those of us in the broadcast booth, we relax a little bit. It's 28-7. The Trojans are pushing them up and down the field, but there's one thing about this Permian Panther team is that they will never, ever, and I mean ever, give up. And if any of them do, Coach Felt or whoever is going to be there at the time over the next however many years, that young man is not going to be on the team anymore. This Permian program, 6 state championships, 501 wins all time against 155 defeats. This is the poster child for Texas high school football in the state of Texas, thanks to the book, the movie, the spin-off corresponding TV show that went along with it. And Peter, one thing that you're going to give if you're a Panther is effort. Everything else will work itself out. They'll coach you up. They'll put you in the right place. If you don't give an effort, though, you're not getting on the field.
No, and we saw that all night. They just would not quit. Bart mentioned it 30 or 40 times. I mentioned it a bunch of times. You mentioned it a bunch of times. They were outsized. They were out-athleted, I think, tonight, and I just think they don't quit. And you won't play for Coach. You will not play in that program if you do not play hard every down, and if you do something unbecoming of Permian Panther football, you'll be taken out of the game, and I saw that a couple times. But with that said, the second half started 28-7 Trinity, and if you recall, this Permian team was down 21 points last week, so they probably come out of the locker room and say, hey, this is nothing. We can do this. We scored 42 in a row last week. Maybe just a little bit better of a football team they were playing this week, and tongue-in-cheek I say that, and they take the first possession of the second half in March down the field. They get down to the 19-yard line. 4th and 9, the Trinity defense finally stands up.
Thompson wide right. Slot right is Robinson. Tight right is Fawcett. Wide left, Sam Wilkins. 4th down and 9, Permian at the Trinity 19. Flushed out of the pocket. Wood dumps it off right side. 4 Trojan defenders rally to the ball. No chance. He's going to be brought down 6 yards shy of the first down as the swing pass to Bailey goes for only 3 yards, and the Trojan defense bends, but it doesn't break.
It's an offense that had 93 yards of offense in the first half, Thomas, and in that drive, 56 yards, but nothing to show for it. Trinity takes over on downs on their own 16-yard line, and after they complete their first pass of the game, that's right, their first pass of the game that goes for 6 yards, comes back a whole bunch on 15-yard penalty. That man is the difference maker for this team offensively on the 6th play of the drive. Broke loose for yet another touchdown.
3rd down and 3. Second man through, has the ball, and he is off to the races. Say goodnight to this one. J-Ron Wilson takes it to the house. On 3rd and 3, he goes off of right guard, in between the right guard and right tackle for 66 yards. That's his 3rd rushing touchdown of the night.
4:48 remained in our 3rd quarter, and J-Ron Wilson's 66-yard touchdown pass capped off a 6-play, 84-yard drive. 2 minutes, 55 seconds off of the clock here at Pennington Field, and at that point it's 35-7 Trinity. Permian gets the football yet again and marches down the field and does a great job of ball control, but then on 4th down, once again, this Trinity bend not break defense makes yet another play.
Defense looking for a stop. Permian has it 4th and 4 on the Trojan 42 from the right hash. 2 receivers right. Thompson wide right, Robinson slot right. Instead, they're going to look left on a slant. Heavily contested by Earthly, and no flag. What great defense by Devin Earthly as Wood was going for the slant to Wilkins on the left side. Earthly breaks it up, and it's a turnover on downs forced by this Trojan defense.
And you mentioned Earthly, and he just a great play and possibly a pass interference call. We saw it called in the first half. It would have been a pass interference call. The difference on this one, Thomas, the play was made on the Trinity sideline. And don't, Jake, for what it's worth, officials will sometimes not throw that flag where on there, and that said, that play on the other side of the field, that flag could have easily come out.
I think the biggest thing that I see in the second half, great adjustments by Blake Felt and his staff, because they couldn't get as much as 3-4 inches on a drive, it seemed like, without getting absolutely decleated in the first half. In the second half, started mixing it up a little bit, and I know that Donald Tryon had kind of called off the dogs at times until they crossed the midfield stripe, and then they released the hounds, as they say, and went after the quarterback again. But really and truthfully, just impressive, the adjustments that were made by Coach Felt and his staff to be able to get some yards. Unfortunately for the Permian Panthers, and fortunately for the Trojans, Trinity defense was able to stand up and keep them out of the end zone.
Well, you talk about this Trinity offense that hasn't turned the football over. Well, they do. A fumble, a miscommunication at the center snap. Nady loses the football. Permian recovers, and outstanding field position. In fact, they get the ball into the end zone. However, it's called off on a holding penalty. Trinity holds, and then another 4th down, and the defense is able to get off the field again.
Slot right is Dexter Nebo. Wide right is Thompson. On 4th down, they're going to throw it right side. Pass is complete, but it's only going to go for about 8 yards. Nebo got it, but was immediately tackled, and credit about 6 different Trojan defenders on the stop. McKinney Pole, the defensive tackle, even came back to help and bring him down. Justice Gregg there as well. And the Trojan defense forces yet another turnover on downs.
The defense really stepped up. And there are lots of good plays offensively, and you're right, they changed their philosophy. They threw the ball a lot more and didn't try to force the run.
I'm so impressed, too. You listen to the highlights, the crowd, how much they were into it. It's a 35-7 ball game, and they still sound like they're as amped up and fired up that every snap could possibly change the outcome of the game. A great Trinity crowd yet again. We don't expect anything less. And just a wonderful job both by the boys on the field, the coaches on the sideline, and the fans in the stands really encouraging this team well tonight.
After the defense holds, Trinity takes over on their own 26. 9:48 remained in our football game at that point. And on the 10th play of that drive, a new name for the second week gets into the end zone for the Trojans.
Well, first, before he can get there, it's a 3rd down and seemingly forever play. And somehow on 3rd and 22, Tyler Nady, once again, just does it again. 3 wide receiver set. Reynolds wide left, slot left is McCray. Wide right is Wilson. Pump fake, pulls it down. Nady starts to take off to the outside, runs through a tackle, still on his feet to the 45, to the 40. Down the sideline, still going, and he got the first down. My goodness, the speed down the sideline. Needed 22 and picked up, I think, 25 on the play. Unbelievable job by Tyler Nate. He wanted to throw. Nothing was there. He just somehow wheels around the right side, and the Trojan first down. 396 yards rushing last week against Plano West. Trojans are over 400 here today, and here's more around the left side to the 10, to the 5, touchdown. Trojans, DeJuan Garrett around the left side takes it in from 27 yards out for the Trojan touchdown.
That's consecutive rushing touchdowns for DeJuan this season, last 2 weeks. 6 plays, 74 yards, 3 minutes and 52 seconds off of our clock. 5:56 remain in our football game. It was 42-7, and we talked about how this Permian team just does not quit. They take over on their own 20, march 80 yards, and something to look forward to next year for this Panther football team. Makes a huge play and gets them in the end zone.
Wilkins wide left, Butler slot left. That's the short side of the field. Pressure's there, screen right side. Bailey with the catch, stiff arms a man at the 50 to the 45 to the 40 down the left sideline. Still going down inside the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Permian. Panthers will not quit. 58 yards on a beautifully called screen play to Brandon Bailey. Would let the pressure come in. Bailey catches the short pass. Now blocking downfield takes him all the way to the house.
8 plays, 80 yards, 3 minutes and 30 seconds off of our clock. With 2:26 remaining in our football game, the score changed to 42-14. Trojans took over the football and ran out the clock, and that is all she wrote. It's a 42-14 final score, Trinity over the Panthers of Permian.
What a great ball game it was, absolutely. And now that sets up a date between the Trinity Trojans and the Allen Eagles. And partner, you and I both have seen what Allen can do this year. Plano, a defense just a notch below Trinity all season long as far as the action in North Texas and the statistical breakdown and so forth. Really did a great job of slowing them down. The one thing you can't account for, and I think you can echo these sentiments, and this is why they're the two-time defending state champions, when the play breaks down and there's nothing there and Kyler Murray has the ball in his hands, he is so athletic. And we saw it this afternoon against Martin with 4 touchdowns and 9 rushes. I don't know how many of those were actually designed QB runs, but he can be such a difference maker the way that so many guys have been for the Trojans over the year. And the difference here is that this kid touches it every single snap, and that's what makes them so dangerous.
Kyler Murray's is his best at 3rd and long. He simply, as we've seen it for 3-4 years now, when it's 3rd and long, he just makes plays, and he's done it in every game we've ever done. And now he's got some great wide receivers around him. Galen, the wide receiver that's going to Notre Dame, is Guyton is a great player. But the weakness, I'm telling you, the weakness of this Allen defense, of that football team, is the defense. Martin over 600 yards today, and that's a team that, they're good. They're not Trinity. So it's going to be that game, as fast as this game was, heck, we were done at 2.5 hours tonight. When was the last time we had a game over in 2.5 hours? I think the first half may take 2.5 hours next week. That football game, it may end up like a basketball. So somebody's going to have to hit a 3 at a buzzer to win the game.
See, I disagree with that only because of what DeSoto was able to do last week. Allen had to come from behind down 8 points in the fourth quarter to tie it at 22 and then kick a field goal at the final seconds to win it 25-24. The Eagles have a physical, fast defense with the size like Trinity does, and all they did is they decided to slow it down. They got their great quarterback back, who was mainly a rushing threat, and they just pounded the ball on the ground. And you shorten the game. At that point, you get a stop of Allen. I don't know if their defense can stop Trinity's potent rushing attack.
And you think about it, if you want to go back to that game, it takes a kind of a freakish play for Allen to even get in the position to kick that field goal. Kyler does what he does, runs around and makes people miss and throws the ball up in the air downfield. And 2 DeSoto defenders run headfirst into each other. The ball pops up in the air, and there's Jalen Guyton, and it falls in his lap. And that's how they got into that field goal position. But you're right. It's going to be special. Either it's going to be really, really high scoring like my original thought is, but I could be persuaded to go your way as well. I just think it's going to be a lot of fun. And people were saying last week how they thought that the second-round game was unfair, that those two teams were playing in the second round. I think it's just as unfair they're playing in the fourth round. That's one really good football team's going to go home, and it's just how it's set up. It's the way it is this year. So many good teams in Region 1.
Of course, the winner of Trinity and Allen will advance to the state semifinals to take on either Skyline or the winner of tomorrow's game between Mesquite Horn and Klein Oaks. So, again, 3 wins away from a fourth state championship for the Trojans if they can somehow get there. It's been so hard fought to this point. And you just have to go back to the by-district round, the comeback, to put them in this position to make this run. And it seems like that they're much more focused going into ball games each of the last 2 weeks, and the effort and intensity that they've started out, particularly at the line of scrimmage.
It's like they got a mulligan, if you think about it. The first half against South Grand Prairie, we looked at each other at halftime and said to each other, what was that? And because it clearly was not Trinity football. They came out and played like guys with their hair on fire and were able to get away with the overtime victory. And since then, I think reality set in and saying, we can't do that. We're 12-1 now. But you know what? The teams we're playing are really good, so you can't come out and you got to play the team, not the record. So I don't think that'll be the case next week because everybody knows all about Allen and what they stand for and what they bring and the 500 people in the band and Tom Westerberg and Kyler Murray and all of them. And there'll be no reason, there'll be no rah-rah speeches in the halftime during the week by Coach Lineweaver. Everybody knows what's at stake.
And that just goes to show you the leadership of this team. I go back to quite possibly my favorite story ever that Coach Lineweaver has told me. He said, I walked in at halftime down, 29-7, don't know what to do. I look in my folder for the halftime speech when you're down 22 points. It's empty. I don't know what to do there. And he goes, by the time I walk into the locker room, all of his senior leaders are up there imploring everybody not to quit, that their season's not done, to focus, and that they can come back in this thing. And right then he told me he knew that they were going to come back and at least push South Grand Prairie to the limits and come back and get that win, and they absolutely were. But you got to say, this Permian Panther team definitely back on the right track, of course. They have the 5th most consecutive winning seasons in state history from 65 to 96, 32 consecutive years of having a winning record. Converse Judson advanced to 38 years this year. That started back in 77. Refugio, 37 in a row from 78 to the Pleasant. Plano had their streak snapped at 36 and 19 after the 95 season. Trojans currently have 17 consecutive winning seasons. That just goes to show you how impressive that number is. And under Coach Felt, they definitely are back on the right track and are going to have some great program years to build here in the future. And, the other thing that helps, too, is the boom out in West Texas. That certainly helps bring some guys and some athletes to the program. And Coach Felt, a West Texas guy himself, is going to have a lot of fun bringing that program back to where it needs to be.
Everybody talks about how or makes the assumption that all the great teams are in the Metroplex, but you look at who's left out of that district that they play in. San Angelo Central's playing tomorrow, and Abilene's playing tomorrow against 2 Metroplex teams. So maybe we'll see. I mean, the Metroplex team won tonight, and you would think the 2 Metroplex teams are favored tomorrow night, but still, for them to still be in the position they're in this deep into the playoffs goes a long way in saying what kind of football they're playing out in West Texas.
I want to bring in final thoughts here, and we'll start off with Doctor. I thought one of your comments throughout the contest was the most apropos. When the Permian Panthers are good, it's good for Texas high school football, and it's nice to see them back and where they need to be going several rounds deep in the playoffs.
Oh, and they're very young. A lot of juniors, 14 starters back next year based on the depth chart I was seeing with you guys. So a dynamic tailback and Bailey, they'll have weapons next year. So a lot of expectations for Permian to go moving on. And let's say when Permian's good, that makes West Texas better. Because all those teams, it's like doing district play out here. Those games are so tight and always big-time matchups. So it's kind of a Western way of what we see here all the time of all the competitive district play out here.
Absolutely, Doc. Great job tonight. We'll look forward to seeing you for Trinity Allen next Saturday. Peter, final thoughts?
Trinity Allen. Okay. I'll be there.
You ready?
I'm good.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Pick me up around 11 o'clock, okay?
Sounds good. All right, the Trinity Trojans are on Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast of the Hurst-Euless-Bedford Independent School District is sponsored by the following: Texas Health HEB. What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. That means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. When every second counts, nothing matters more. Online at texashealth.org/HEB. By First Bank Texas, ready when you need them with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. No matter what, no matter when, they've got you covered. First Bank Texas, located in the northwest corner of 183 and FM 157, member FDIC, and equal housing opportunity lender. Online at go2fbt.com. By Whirly Ball HEB on the northeast corner of Harwood and Norwood. Life's more fun when you're zipping around in a whirly bug. So stop by and check it out. Leagues are forming right now. Visit them online at whirlyball.info for more information. By In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. Call 972-851-7888 or visit incommandbroadcasting.com for more info. Point of Origin Design, a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. Online at pointoforigindesign.com. By ShockboxDFW.com. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. And the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra and the new GDYO Jazz Institute. Enjoy a cultural experience with your family without breaking the bank. Online at gdyo.org. Trinity Trojan Football is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio on Twitter at Champion Sports, Facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and online at ChampionSportsRadio.com. That'll do it for the First Texas Bank postgame show. Once again, your final score here from Pennington Field. It's a winner for the Trinity Trojans tonight, 42-14, as they knock off the Permian Panthers in advance for the 13th time in school history to the state quarterfinals, for the 8th time in 15 years under head coach Steve Limeweiner. For Bart Castle down the sideline, to Dr. Alex Sterling on stats. For Sweet Pete Nielsen, your color analyst, my name is Thomas Lee. Thanks so much for listening to our Champion Sports Radio broadcast of Trinity Trojan playoff football tonight. We'll be back at you 1:15 pregame, 2 p.m. kickoff, Saturday, 1 week from tomorrow, Apogee Stadium in Denton for the showdown between the Eagles and the Trojans. Tomorrow, we have some more third-round action for you as Cedar Hill takes on Abilene, that game at Aledo. You can listen to the broadcast with Bill and the boys here on Champion Sports Radio, and we also have a video live stream available on the NFHS network. For all of us, Champion Sports Radio, my name is Thomas Lee. Trojans winners tonight, 42-14. We'll see you next Saturday right back here on Champion Sports Radio.